present. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl. Permit me to confirm that some members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. So I have Val Oliver. Oh, sorry, members, when I call your names, if you can respond in the affirmative. Val Oliver.
Here.
Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Here.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
And Ray Pohl for the record. I believe that's it right now. Am I correct? What? Who said that? Did a board member say anything? No.
No.
Not that I'm aware of. Okay. Staff, when I call your names, if you could respond in the affirmative. I have Holly Backus.
Present.
Thank you. And Terry Norton.
Present.
That also seems to be it. Okay, good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via the Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note the meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Before we get to the first item on the agenda, some ground rules. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude, the chair will also go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide comment, questions, or motions. Hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. Before the members speak on an application, the chair will afford comments to those members of the public who have joined the meeting via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak should state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken tonight will be done via roll call. That's that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Stephen Welch is here now.
Very good. Welcome, Stephen. You want to just say aye for the record?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so that's fortuitous because we have a couple of people that need, hold on, back up. Okay, so item 2 is update on discussion of the FinCom Article 20, but can we do that at this point?
Mr. Chair, I think so. Really, we put it on there so I could give you an update to the discussion that they had on Thursday, which I emailed you all on. They basically continued their discussion till today. As of right now, they're currently meeting. I was hoping they would review it prior to, but they didn't, and it's at the end of their agenda. So really the reason why at the end of the day they moved it is because town council is present today. So they'll probably be making their recommendation, whether it's for an opposed or hopefully no motion. I think I've provided them with enough information so they can accurately discern on where you all stand as a commission, that you wouldn't want it to be amended as proposed.
Yeah, I mean, I think I rarely speak for the board, but I think in this case, I've spoken with enough people on this subject to know that the HCC feels that we do have the rules in effect and that the rules are actually pretty reasonable. And that's our stand, and we don't need to have change our enabling act to do this one little item. So,
Correct.
so
And
I guess, Holly,
did
it's just
wanna-
a wait and see, right? I mean, at this point.
Yes, sir. I do also want to let you know, I did speak to my colleague here at Plus, our energy coordinator, Lauren Sinatra,
Mhm.
just to talk to her about it. And she understands the intention and the reasoning for our special act, and understands not wanting to have any unintended consequences.
Yeah, and that was my biggest fear is, if we approve this, we all know how people get creative with the language, and the next thing we know, you're able to have like, I don't know, metal buildings in town or something like that. So, yeah, slippery slope.
I think
Is
it's,
that, go ahead, Diane.
no, I think it's dangerous. And I
Potentially so,
texted
yes.
Holly that, but to do a specific business, the solar business is, we are passing a or they're asking us to pass a specific business in our HDC article. I just am shocked. And one of the people sitting on the FinCom, who is an islander, didn't know that the whole island was regarded as a historic place.
Yeah,
Had no idea.
yeah. Well, I'm not surprised.
As an islander, for heaven's sakes, I don't know. We need to send them to school.
Exactly. Okay, thanks, Diane, but I think we take no action at this time. We just be in a holding pattern until we hear what they have to say tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that does bring us to the consents, and I was concerned that we would have a quorum to do all this in one lump, and apparently we do. So Val has to recuse. So that would be Diane, Abby, Carrie has to recuse.
Yes, thanks.
So Stephen's on and I'm on. I think that equals, let's see, Diane, Abby, Stephen, myself. Yeah. Okay, that's the board.
I see Jesse's iPhone. Is that Jesse Dutra?
Don't
That
know.
is, yes, it is.
So you have
Okay, so
Jesse
Jesse
Dutra.
Dutra
Yay.
has joined our ranks. Very good. Thank you, Jesse. Okay, so. we have
Somebody
two
make
people-
Made a motion to
Wait.
approve the consent.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Jesse.
Well, actually, I think I'm on this consent, right?
Okay, so
Are you though?
no, you're on
You're on the
the
next
consent
Oh, with conditions, sorry. Sorry about that. Aye.
Right, and then so Diane, you had made the motion
Aye.
and I'm in favor of, so the motion carries. So that's our consent agenda. Now we do have consent with conditions. Jesse needs to recuse from that one. I don't believe anybody else does. So this is going to be Val, Diane, Abby, Carrie, 3, 4, and myself. Okay, somebody want to make
Make
a
a
motion?
motion to consent with conditions.
Very good. Thanks, Diane. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Thanks. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, that's consent with conditions. Now we're down to a couple of labeled as new business, but really is old business because we have established boards. Those are Val, and we've got a board, both of which Abby will chair. So Abby, you ready to, well, let's just see here. We got Abby, John is not here, Diane is here, Carrie's here. Val, you got to make the decision, obviously, whether you're going to go with a 3-person board on.
It's fine. It
Both of
only
you.
got
Both
held
of you.
because we were waiting for NPT to.
Oh,
make
okay.
the-
Well,
Yeah,
I'm going to step aside. I'm going to let Abby chair. Thanks.
okay.
Go ahead, Val.
So we did start to present this project, but we had to put it on hold because NPT had to render their decision on, you know, the Preservation Trust. They hold a easement restriction on here. So essentially what's happening is, there is a barn presently attached to Dr. Pearl's house that formerly was on the NISDA property. It was called the Heifer Barn. The Heifer Barn, Dr. Pearl's property is now owned by the land bank, and the Heifer Barn is going to return to its former location on the NISDA property. So that's really all this application is. There's still even a little rubble of a foundation where it formerly was. So, and in addition, since we first pitched this to you and then we were on hold, we did as-built drawings of, or what it was and what it is going to be, one and the same. I can share with you. I've also just sent them to Holly. I forgot earlier, but essentially it's going to be reattached to the silo, and the silo is getting redone. And they have graciously allowed us to keep the few skylights that we have on there. And Holly might have more information on that.
Val, that's such a cool project, and so exciting. I mean, it sounds like you've got a lot of endorsement there, so.
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff happening. Anything else, or should we go?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, I would agree with Val, and I do want to extend an appreciation for everybody's patience, especially NISDA, with just going through this, you know, the semantics of the review process with NPT. You know, they hold that preservation restriction, which is awesome, but they do have their own processes to allowing, obviously, work that's to be done. That's with any type of restriction that you'd have on a property. So this is great. Thank you, Val.
Yep.
Thank you, Holly. Would anybody like to weigh in on this, or?
I will.
whatever? Okay, good, Diane, go ahead.
I think it's an excellent project. It takes the barn back to where it was. It will be restored, maintained, hook up with the silo, and I don't think it's ours. Actually, I think it's the last and only barn of an era, and I would think it's a very good project.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. It's really exciting. So John's not here. Stephen?
I'm not on this one.
Oh,
Abby, you have a
Diane,
three-person board. Diane and Carrie are on it, both of them.
I'm
as
so
well as
sorry.
yourself.
I see that right now. So Carrie,
Yes. Yeah, I'm all for this. I just have one question about the French doors and the big plate glass where the upper level barn door is. On that one
Yeah,
elevation.
so if you go to the drawings that we just sent, just having fit, this is what it's going to restore to. Those are going away. It's going back to its original condition.
Great. I'm all for it.
okay, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve as
Excellent.
submitted.
Thank you. And it doesn't have to go back to HSAB or anything. So Carrie, on Diane's motion.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye as well. So that is very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that motion for both? The move on and the move off?
Well, I don't know. What's the board's feeling on that?
Madam
It's
Chair, I
just
think
switch around.
technically you just approved the move on, so you
Yeah,
might
you
wanna-
can't really approve a move. Okay, yeah, I think it's for both, Terry. Is that okay? Terry,
Good with-
Terry, is that okay if that's good for both?
Madam Chair, I would just make a motion for the.
Okay, let's just do it.
Make a motion to approve the move off from 19 Winnet Road.
Excellent. On Diane's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
me, aye. Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
aye. Okay, we're legit.
Okay, that was the quote, new business, two new business items. Now we're on to other new business. First item of which is 45 Surfside Road. Do we have somebody to rep this project? Portia Mosinger.
She was here.
Mr. Chair, I don't see her in the
Okay.
queue. Also,
we
for
go.
the record, John McLaughlin is here.
Okay.
We could always come back if she resurfaces.
I think
Well,
it's
just-
pretty straightforward too.
Oh, what is it?
Why don't we just go for it, okay?
It's to
front-
add
Oh,
front
yeah,
Because I can't stand going back and forth.
yeah. It's.
Motion
it
to
looked
hold,
pretty-
motion to go back. It takes up all of our time. So I need to establish a, well, actually, I don't need to establish a board. It's the full board right now. John, are you there? John, are you there? Okay, no. So Stephen, you're on this one. Stephen?
Yeah, I'm here, ready to roll. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Okay,
Can you
what do we
hear me
got?
now?
Somebody,
not
somebody needs to- Can somebody tell me what's going on in this project?
Well, if it scrolls up a little, I can explain it because I looked at it ahead of
Thank
time.
you.
She
Yeah.
photoshopped this. She'd like to have stairs coming off the front and change the color of the railing to white. That's it.
I previewed this too, Mr. Chair. I believe this is completely appropriate. And aside from the photoshopping, if we go down a little bit, go up one. Yeah, it's a little confusing because it's hard to take the bike rack out of the
Yeah,
Photoshop in. So other than that element, I think this is totally good and I think we should move it along.
Well, so you want to turn that into a motion and we'll see where it goes, Stephen?
Motion to approve is submitted,
All right,
minus the bike
Stephen.
rack.
Minus the bike rack, exactly. So that's Stephen's motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby.
I was a
You-
little worried about all that painting, but it's not.
Well, there
my
was an
problem.
example of other stuff that's like that in town. So you're in?
Yes, I'm in.
Okay, thank you, Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, is Christopher Hall here for 8 Osprey Way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Ray, I'm here.
All right, John, so you're on this. You're
Thank
on
you.
these.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, may I share my screen?
Sure.
Is that visible?
Yes.
Terrific. Good evening. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Christopher Hall. I'm the architect for this project, presenting on behalf of Tom and Jennifer Sleeper. The project is at 8 Osprey Way in Cisco. It is a 40,600 square foot lot that spans Hammock Pond Road and Osprey Way. I'll zoom in on this. It currently has an existing 4-bedroom house, which the board approved a couple of months ago to move off or demo. We're pursuing both options with a later development of potentially having a move off option. There's a shed on the property which was approved by consent, which is part of the overall composition. Mr.
Do you
Chairman.
mean, sorry, do you mean a new shed?
No, just the existing shed relocated.
Oh, I see. So the relocation of the shed was approved on consent, as it should be.
Correct.
Very
Okay.
good. All right.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to present because they're related, would you like me to present them in entirety or take them one by one on the agenda?
Let's just go with the dwelling first, okay?
Okay.
I mean, I understand they're all related, but
They have to be voted on separately.
yeah,
Yeah, the drawings are all obviously commingled, so I'll just try to keep my comments to the new dwelling.
that would be good.
Okay, just a tiny bit of background. Tom and Jennifer Sleeper have been on the island for 20 years, rented for 8, lived here for 12, have 2 children who are full-time members with careers on the island, and they're looking for a new home. Same size, 4 bedrooms, 3,100 square foot house. For context, we did a key plan here just showing photographs of houses in the immediate area.
You know, before you get to that, why don't you show us the design for the house?
Okay. So the design for the house is the east elevation.
Let's see, Hammock Pond Road South, so.
West
east elevation
faces-
is-
So this is a photoshopped image of the house on the property. It's canted. So there's still east, north, southwest, but there isn't an elevation.
Somebody needs to mute. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that the house is on an angle on the property.
It looks like the neighbor's house is too.
There are almost half the houses in the neighborhood are on the angle. I'm not exactly sure why they did it. We did it for the views. There's a fantastic view to the Atlantic to the southwest, and there's a wonderful sunset view to the northwest. So
Okay.
we also, Sleepers are very good friends with their neighbor to the east, and they wanted to make sure that they did not block his view to the Atlantic. So they didn't want to present a long elevation to him and block any of his views.
Okay. So east, as you've labeled it, is facing Hammock Pond Road.
East is, as I've labeled it, is actually facing, I mean, nothing's facing Hammock Pond, right?
Yeah, well, I know, but the quote unquote front of the house is
Yep.
east.
Yep, fair enough. Yep.
Okay.
So east,
All right. Why don't you just go around? So, and then you have west there, that's the back.
that's the back.
Yep.
South and north.
What are your trim colors on this? Just curiosity.
White,
White trim, okay.
white trim, white cedar shingles to weather, white cedar shakes on the roof, white trim, college marin blend,
All right,
brick and Ipe.
all right. Looks
Decking.
good, thanks.
Sure. And then I just added this elevation in because the front door is on the front porch, which
On the side,
on the side. So
Yep.
that's that elevation.
okay, very good. And let's see, while you're there, it looks like well, it's not going to the high ridge, but it's going to the one just underneath. It looks like 26 something.
High is, 26.4. It depending on where you grab the grading, but
Yeah,
the highest point is 27 feet and 4 inches.
okay. Okay. Anything else you'd like to say?
As far as the house,
Board might have some questions for you, but I think that you've kind of covered it. All right, so regular board, who wants to start?
I will.
Thanks, Val.
I went out there today just to check it out, and saw the house that was there. I think you've done a nice job of additive massing and keeping the building down low for the most part. It's not the building I have a problem with, it's the hardscaping. So I think you've done a really nice job. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go.
Thanks.
I'm glad to see the additive massing and that I think it looks good. I would like to see some of the rather large mulled windows. I don't know what they are. The ones on the east elevation, are they two windows? What are your windows? 2/2, and they're mulled together, right?
Yes, cottage style 2/2s.
Okay, well, I'd like them separated because there's a lot of them on one side, and this house is in the Cisco area, and the windows out there aren't really so much of those big square windows. I would like to see them separated on the first floor of the east elevation, separate those two in the rocket little thing and the garage, and separate those windows so that they are not square in the middle. And that would go for the rest of the windows like that around the four elevations. And on your front door, which elevation are you calling the front door for?
Right
there.
there. It's the south.
The south. I'd like to see some more trim around it. This is a front door of a fairly large building, and it should, to me, have more stuff. I don't mind the 4 windows and the panels, but I would like to see another layer of trim around it.
Okay.
So that, and again, with the same windows, the windows are quite repetitive, and that really doesn't fit in to a lot of the Cisco houses. That's all for now.
Thank you, Diane. Abby.
Yeah, I'm grappling over the mulled windows. I think it's so much a part of your design, along with the thicker columns, and there's a modernness to this that if we start tearing it apart, I think you're going to lose some of your concept, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, like Val, I'm kind of okay with the architecture. I just sort of want to see what's going on with the landscaping. So
Okay. All
thank
right.
you.
Thanks. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this a new house? or a
New house.
changeover on an old one?
New house.
A new house, okay. My question is, the front door is lovely. It's one of my favorites.
Good.
I was gonna ask a question on, all right, the west elevation is the back?
The
Yes.
west elevation is the back. Yes, John.
Okay, thank you. I find it oh, yes, on the, there's a deck sticking out. It's over 8 feet, so it has to be cut back according to our rules and regulations.
Where do we see that,
Go to
John?
It's gotta be on the
West elevation.
east elevation, all right.
East elevation? That's
No,
not 8
west,
feet.
west.
Well, the
West
the west is a
elevation,
mirror
right-hand
image of
side.
the east. It doesn't stick out more than 8 feet.
The west doesn't have one. Could you see the west elevation, the one on the right? That deck,
Yeah, that's not more than 8 feet.
I'm sorry?
That's not more than 8 feet. I'm certain of it.
Oh, the first one's gotta be at least 8 feet. Yeah, I'm just saying that, and the one on the left here too, also. Yeah. I think they're more than 8 feet from the wall. That's all. They just gotta change it. Thank you.
Okay. I think this is a really handsome house. I think you did a great job. I think that maybe the mold windows in the gable on the east elevation, if you could separate those. And Diane's point about having more of a frontage piece at the front door, I think that was a good suggestion, because you will see the front door from Hammock Pond Road because of the diagonal. Those are the only two things that I have. They're not even concerns, they're just preferences. And I think that if you, yeah, I mean, the mold windows there in your perspective, I think if those were separated, and I am only talking about the ones in the 2-story gable element, by the way.
The ones right there that we're looking at. Oh,
Yeah,
in the rocket ship that.
yeah,
Diane-
yes, exactly. The 2-story gable. I would like to see those separated by, a foot or a foot and a half. And I think you'd be good to go. Does
I
somebody
have
want to
one
make?
other comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking at the 3D renderings on my computer, and facing the water, which I guess is west, is the double-decker deck. That's got very heavy elements to it. If those weren't painted white, I think it would go a long way. They seem like your eyeball goes right to, if you look at your drawings, I'm on page 26 of 26 or 25 of the packet that got put on the website.
Yeah, I just called out drawings for my presentation, but sure, I can.
Okay.
So you'd like the columns to be natural?
Well, it's just that all of it is painted white together, the posts, the skirt board around the deck, the steps, the railing, and it just draws your eye right to that
it
area,
would be less of a concern if
not
it
in the
was
pencil drawings, but in the
rendered.
3Ds that I'm looking at. So it's just a suggestion to make some part of that more natural to weather, like the band board or something. I don't know.
It is rather heavy trim. I mean, I like it, but it's heavy, and I think that Val has a point, that out on the landscape. Anything
Okay.
that can be done about that, Mr. Hall?
Happy to make that cedar to weather, or I worry that the balcony might float a little bit if it's white and.
Oh,
those-
I actually wouldn't do that. Like if the columns were natural and the fascia was white and it would not work.
Correct. So
It would float. You're right.
So maybe the columns natural, sort of the first frieze board natural, and then maybe just some white trim under the decking. So that white trim then works with the posts. But that said, I'm happy to have it all natural. I think that could be fine too. If that pleases the board.
That would be my preference, but you can always come back once it's there and show
Yeah,
us.
why don't we approve it at that, and then when you get out and actually see the visibility, you can come back to us, okay?
Okay.
All right, so I have 3 things I think that are between us and an approval on that. Those 3 things being frontage piece around the door. All of these things would be through staff. Are you aware of what that means?
No.
Okay, so what that means is we would approve it with 3 conditions.
Got it.
The three conditions meaning separate the
Yep.
2 sets of ganged windows in the double-story gable on the
Yeah.
east. The back deck, the west deck, is natural to weather. And you add more of a frontage piece around the front door rather than just a 1x4 casing or whatever you're showing right now. So
And-
then you do that. And you don't have to come back to us. You just show it to the staff, show them that you did it, and you're done.
Got it. May I ask
Okay.
a question? May I ask one
Yes.
question? separating the windows at the two-story gable end.
Yeah.
Do you want to see shingles between the
Yes,
trim?
we do. We do.
Okay,
So it
Okay.
has to be at least a foot or a foot and a half for that to really kind of work.
I got it. Fair enough. I'll do that.
Okay? Does
Yep.
somebody want to make a motion on this?
I will.
That was Val, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Motion to approve through staff with the windows on the east being separated in the main gable. More trim around the front door and the rear deck to be natural to weather.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, Val. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you, John. John? Val, on your motion?
Aye.
John, are you muted? I'm just going to move forward. I'm in favor, so the motion carries 4 in favor. Okay, so next up is your pool and spa. Same board. Actually, I better make sure that John's with us before you might be handicapped if he's having technical difficulties.
Mr. Chair, I see him and he's not unmuted. He's right there in the screen.
I know, but I can't hear him. He seems like he's. John, just say something. John, can you hear us? Okay, I think we got to pull somebody else in. So that somebody else will be Jesse. He's in the rotation. Okay, let's move forward. Trying to make some tracks tonight. Go ahead.
Pool and spa, an 18 by 40 pool, a detached spa, as you can see on the screen. Bluestone patio. I do have landscaping as part of this, which may address or may not address Val's concern about the hardscape, but would you like me to show you that drawing as well?
Show us the drawing. I'm not sure what drawing you mean, but
well,
why don't you show us?
Okay, so just heading into landscaping, I guess that's what.
Right. Okay.
So the idea behind the landscaping, I don't know if Rita Higgins is available and raising her hand to chat on it, a Nantucket landscape architect. Is she around?
I am here.
Hi. So Rita, are you going to describe this?
Yeah, I would be better suited for sort of softscape and planting description. So I'm happy to launch into that. The main goal with the landscape, softscape side of things is to really provide that natural barrier between any visible areas and then the hardscapes in the pool area. And I've gone with a layered effect where you've got a combination of trees, shrubs, underplantings on the boundaries. And then moving in, as you get closer to the pool, you still have an area of what I would call meadow. And you can see from the elevations that by the time your shrubs grow up, your meadows grow up, your meadow grows up, your eye's going to carry right through to the 4-foot height of the fence, so that in the height of the season, you won't know that there's a pool there. And winter, again, you have enough layering of shrubs where even during the winter time, it will be very obscured, and the planting is meant to be as naturalized and in keeping with the area as possible.
Okay. Thanks, Rita. Do you have anything to add, Christopher?
The only thing I wanted to add was there's an enormous amount of natural vegetation on Hammock Pond Road, which we want to keep. It's a nice sound barrier to the road. It affords nice privacy. The only thing we're doing is for the driveway coming in, actually disturbing that. And then the rest of the property has nice vegetation on both sides, which Rita is supplementing. The main move from a landscape standpoint is on Osprey, which right now is the front lawn to the existing house. So as she just mentioned, we wanted to take advantage of the grade change, which is probably about 2 to 3 feet, and have a layering of 15 to 20-foot trees, 4 to 6 foot understory, and then a native meadow going up to the pool fence. And the pool fence itself, we're thinking about as natural a fence as possible, such as that. And that's all I have.
Okay. And the fencing is right around the terrace.
Right around the terrace, yes.
Mhm,
For
mhm.
safety's sake, my
Very
clients,
compartmentalized, yeah.
they didn't want to have a remote cover for safety's
Mhm.
concerns.
I'm very suspicious about that whole rule and wondering why it's actually a rule, but that's, okay, thanks. Who would like to start on this one?
I will,
Thanks, Val.
because
Go
I was
ahead.
the one who had the concern.
Yeah,
And
go.
it was the Osprey side that I had the concern about because it's so wide open out there. And having mentioned earlier that the house is positioned to afford itself the best view, I was afraid that there wasn't going to be much to mitigate the pool. I appreciate Rita's landscape design with the natural vegetation. That is what I had hoped for, instead of a very groomed, manicured hardscape, which is really not Hammock Pond at all. And there are not any pools that you can see out there. And this is in the wide open, or it looked like it from the site plan. The only thing I'm unsure about is the posts with the wire, being able to see that it wouldn't be buried in some kind of vegetation. But, you know, with our caveat, we should be covered, which is, Christopher, can't be seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Val. Diane, I think you wanted to go.
Well, I think the vegetation that's proposed is good, but I don't think that fence, can't think of a place where we have a wire fence with posts standing by itself. It's got to be buried into something. It doesn't have to be a hedge, but it has to be something that I think that fence can be put into, because if you saw it on that picture, it was pretty easy to see, and the vegetation going down to Osprey is relative to the season, being it used to be on my mail route, and I've seen it winter and summer. So I would like that, and I would like what is the driveway going to be made out of?
Shell or gravel.
Okay. And do you have any cobblestones or anything coming into the driveway off Hammock Pond Road?
No, not as of yet.
Okay. Well, I think if it's a shell driveway, I think you have to have an apron. So.
Okay, we can certainly do a cobble apron with shells.
Yeah, something good.
I mean,
That
what?
would- So I think with the planting and digging that fence in a little bit more, and you do know what the caveat says, so that it will be invisible when approved and in perpetuity. So that's all I've got to say.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Abby.
I'm glad Diane brought up the driveway. Is that the normal width of a driveway? It looks a little large, but I don't really, it looks large on the plan. I don't see but I'd also like to know what the apron is going to be coming coming off Hammock Pond Road. Is it Belgian block, or I guess that's the only thing it could be. And the car parking looks kind of overly like large. But my main concern is the sort of the hardscaping around the pool. I think the pool is like 16 by 40 or something. So it's, you know, it's sort of a long skinny pool. And I was wondering where you could, you know, sort of take out some of that hardscaping. And I think it's between the cottage and that far corner of the pool. If somehow it couldn't be in more organic shape instead of this when you look at the landscaping and you see all that hardscaping, it just looks there is a drawing showing the hardscaping, which is why I got the idea if we could bring that up.
Are you
Showing,
thinking in between the house and the pool house?
well, no, I see where I can see what's happening, like a human being running. I'm thinking on the other side of that, maybe you could scoop out some there, yeah, and just sort of lighten it a bit and make it a little bit more organic. It just seems like a solid bit of hardscaping.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Okay.
you're running it, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so an indentation along this line
Yeah,
to
something to break up the
fence.
squareness. And then if we could just take a look at the width of that driveway, it just looks a little
12 feet.
squat.
It's 12 feet.
Okay, so 12 feet sounds like a regular driveway. So it just,
It's a regular driveway size.
okay, so, okay, that's it for me.
Okay.
Can I mention one thing, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll make it quick. This is a subdividable lot. I'm not doing this as a selling point. I just thought it was really interesting that my clients decided not to subdivide this property and have one house, and they love this land. So the idea was that to pull these structures in away from the property so that they did not present themselves to these streets in an offensive way, and in doing so negate their ability to subdivide, which I applauded them with that idea.
Right.
I was
thanks.
supposed to say that at the beginning. My
Okay,
apologies.
well, there you go.
No, we
Jesse,
appreciate that.
Jesse,
Yeah, could I look at the locus map? Thank you.
Which one would you like?
That's fine. There was one that actually you had that looks like you did that had neighboring lots that was a little bit more up close that you scrolled through, but this.
that,
No, it was the next one right there, I think.
well, those are photographs.
Right here. Bingo.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and can we go back to the landscape plan? Were the elevations on the landscape plan?
I don't have any grade elevations from the civil.
You had a cross section, right? That
Yes,
showed
I
it?
did. Yep. Right here.
Okay, so. It looks like from scale standpoint, maybe a 3 to 4 foot change in elevation.
That could be correct. I think that's probably close.
Okay, could I go back to the landscape plan again, please? Thank you.
Is this plan okay or?
No, yeah, that's great. So, I'm sorry, yeah, if you could go back to the one that, yeah, that one, thank you. So I think the design's very nice. I really appreciate the native plant material that has been chosen. I think, too many times, especially in this area, we see a landscape that's completely different than what the native area is, and it looks like a screening for a pool. This landscape by looking at your plant selection, is going to blend right into the native landscape. And that's what we're looking for. So I appreciate that. And then also the meadow that's attached to the patio area. I think it's hard for, maybe some of the board members to see this, but that is not an area of egress. That's an area that is, a foot to 2 feet tall of meadow type plants that, so it really minimizes the impact of the hardscape. And the person is not really using that area for walking around the patio. And then when I look at the entire landscape, especially the hardscape, to scale to the size of the property, I think that it's appropriate. And it's not big at all, really. I mean, you have 2 ways of egress around one side and one lounging side, and I mean, that's, with the size property you have here, that's not a big ask, if you ask me. I think that we need to put our caveat in due to the fact that these are going to be new plantings and right on Osprey Way. So we want to make sure that this is not going to be seen from Osprey Way. But overall, I think this is a nice design, and I appreciate the fact that it's 2 properties that are being used for one, and that, there could be 2 houses and 2 pools here, and still, to scale. So this is, I think, beyond, what we're looking for. So thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. I have no problems with this application. Does somebody want to make a motion?
I will.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you have a hand up.
Mr. Ms. Rohrbeck.
Yes, hi. I am the next door neighbor at 11 Osprey Way, just across the street. I just wanted to quickly say that I fully support the project, and I wish my neighbors the best of luck.
That's very kind. Thank
Nice
you.
thing to
We
say.
love neighbors like you.
Usually when the neighbor's hand goes up, it's not as positive as that.
I think you might be
Anyway, so let me think. Val, were you going to make a motion?
I am.
Okay, very good.
Motion to approve as submitted with our caveat. Cannot be seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity, forever and ever and ever.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so there's the motion. On Val's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse.
Aye.
Very good. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. So that motion carries. Okay, now we are on to the Cabana. Same board.
Okay.
Okay. Cabana is pretty straightforward. It is fully enclosed, and it has a lounging rec area inside with a bathroom, and then I included the pool mechanical space with it so that it would be incorporated into the building. So the elevation from the pool is this. Again, it's on the angle, so it doesn't really present itself orthogonally to the street, but the west elevation is this.
Okay.
Okay, and then the others are right here, east and north.
Very good. Who wants to start?
I'll go. I think it's a
Thank you.
very thoughtful the whole thing is very thoughtful, the way you put it together. I wish there were less hardscaping, but the cabana is, I'm fine with the cabana. I
Quite
like the
well.
way you work the electrical into the building too. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Abby. Val?
I'm fine with it. I think it's understated in terms of a pool house, as we've seen, especially what's facing the road. How tall is it? That's the only thing I couldn't find on the application.
15.3.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Diane?
I think it's good, particularly at 15 feet. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Jesse?
Mr. Chairman,
Jesse?
Sorry, I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, I'm gonna take Val's. On Val's motion, Diane?
I,
Abby?
I,
Jesse?
Aye.
Thank you. And Val on your motion? Oh, there's our little guy.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr.
Now,
Thank you.
it sounds like
Ray, I need help.
you need help.
Yes, I thought I was on this application. The
Well,
last
we
one,
couldn't hear you, John.
I'm sorry?
We couldn't hear you then, so we moved on, and now we can hear you, so you can be on Val's application, okay? Which is
I
6
thought I was
Lincoln.
on those two.
What? What?
This one and the last one, I wasn't asked to make any comments.
No, that's right, John, because we couldn't hear you until just about 30 seconds ago. So now you're back,
That's fine.
and now we're reviewing Val's application. So you can sit on this. So,
No problem.
okay, very good. We're gonna, in the rotation, we're back to Carrie.
Okay.
Val, go for it.
Okay. This is a 1960s little cottage on Lincoln Street in
Street.
Sconset.
Mhm.
Its cottage, as it exists next door, used to be formerly a garage, I believe, and it's a 2-story box that you see next door there on the end of the driveway. So this property backs up to Sunset, a house on Sunset Ridge that the same family presently owns. And Lincoln Street and Sunset Ridge have about a 6-foot difference in elevation. So this house sits down toward the street on Lincoln Street. We are not changing anything or adding anything on the first floor. However, we are asking to carry our roof line up and create a cape with some dormers to keep the whole building down, but still get us the program we need inside. The building at its highest is 22.6 with this additional space. And in the rear, where we have a long shed dormer, it's important to note that, again, I started with this building is 6 feet, or the elevation of this is 6 feet lower than Sunset Ridge, which has a house on it that blocks this view. And if you look at the photos I've included, you can see there is a little bit of a retaining wall that makes a little backyard area patio on the house that's presently there that we're asking to modify. So I think visibility is minimal. In the scheme of things, changes are minimal, and we look forward to any comments you might have.
Okay, Val, thanks. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not that I don't believe Val, but the HDC survey on file does say that this structure is 1938. Maybe it was modified. I can't discern that, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. Can you see the survey?
I only looked at the assessors.
Gotcha. Okay. So, I'm gonna stop share for a second. So Sconset did take a look at it. And I'm gonna bring it up. Here it is. Here's the survey. And they said their overall, what their concern was the scale of the dormer, that it should be set back 1 or 2 feet from the edge.
That would be
and
the
then-
rear dormer, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Right.
And then the porch changes were not bubbled on the elevation. So I'll bring those back up again. Sorry. And overall, those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So they'd like to see, if we're looking at that left south facing, they're recommending taking the dormer on the left-hand side and rebaiting it such that it's not as imposing, which would sort of by default make those windows a little less tall. And I think they're also concerned a little bit about the width of the dormer. Okay,
I would
that's
say visibility should be taken into.
okay. Well, you did, it says no visibility there,
Yeah.
so we'll take that into consideration. All right, thank you, Holly. Board members, who wants to start?
I'll
Okay.
go.
I heard Abby, so Abby, you want to go?
Yeah, I want to reiterate what Wisconsin Advisory said, even though you're saying it just makes that profile on the south and north look a little heavy, having that dormer come right off the roof line and then having those large windows. I would like to see that dormer reduced so that it would be more in keeping with a cape.
Hey, Abby,
Yeah.
can you elaborate on that? When you say
Yeah.
reduced?
Okay,
in
so
which
I'm looking,
dimension?
I'm looking at the south right now with the
Okay.
chimney.
Yeah,
And even if you say the dormer is not going to be seen, you can still see that profile. So if it came off the roof and was set back a little bit more, 2 feet, you would have smaller windows. I just
They're
think.
egress windows.
What?
They're egress sized windows is the reason they're that size, so.
Yeah, I don't think they all have to be. I'm just saying the windows are super large and there's a way to actually make a sort of a, I don't want to say a better design, but a more cottagey, sconset-y instead of, a headroom sort of dormer. But my main concern is the front. And I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between the original, sort of story and a half there, and then the dormer. I'm on the front east facing Lincoln. So I'm trying to think how we could make them connect and relate to each other better. It looks a little stuck on. So I wonder if that dormer that's proposed couldn't be larger and relate to the 2 windows below it, and maybe be the same size, and so somehow make them relate to the rest of the facade. It just looks, and then that long ridge line again looks just very large. Okay, that's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah, see, so all that roof, you see all that roof that before it was just a simple, and now it's got a floating dormer in it. Okay. That's
Okay,
it.
but if I heard you correctly, you're actually interested or have suggested making the dormer on the front side, the east side, wider.
Yes, it would, to relate to the windows underneath it.
I get it. Yep.
It will sit better.
Okay, and it'll also give you like less of that massive roof.
Yes.
Okay, so Abby, thank you. John, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I find the dormer is a nice looking up there because you have a gable to the left, but it's not duplication. And I think as things that are requested are permissible in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Let's see. Carrie,
I agree with been said. I wouldn't mind seeing Abby's idea on that dormer. I'm just not convinced. The rear valve, because they're egress, and I do think they need to be reduced in that dormer setback. You can get a casement window with the crossbar thicker, so you can actually make it an egress window, even though it is a casement. If all of them are double hungs, except whatever you need egress with the heavier crossbar casement, you can do that. And that's a good solution to having to reduce the dormer. I appreciate it a lot. I think this building next to the tall, funny little one next to it, I think it's a better proportion in terms of the overall site composition.
thank
That's
you, Carrie. Yeah, that's great. Okay, John.
He spoke already.
Can I
He was
go?
Oh,
done.
that's right, he did. No, I'm sorry, Diane, I missed you. Yeah.
I think the reduction of the dormer over there with Carrie's idea of those windows that are so you can get out. I think I would like to see the dormer drop down off the roof. It looks like looks like both of them go right up to the edge of the roof. I'd like to see that dormer on the front drawn in, because it's the only, well, on that facade, it's the only two windows down there that have shutters on them. I wouldn't, I guess, I don't know whether we'd make the dormer as big as the windows with the shutters, because right now they seem to be the size of the windows without the outside shutter. So I think it would be good to widen them a little bit and give it a little more stability there. But I'd like to see it. I'm not sure that
Ah,
you don't want to see it.
no, I don't want to have to wait 3 more weeks to come back, but okay.
No, that's all right. I mean, I don't know how else to say. I think somebody else mentioned they'd like to see it too. Other than that, I'm fine.
Okay, thanks, Diane. I find Abby's idea of making the dormer on the east side larger intriguing, but to get it balanced like that, you're gonna have the dormer like coming right up next to the edge of the roof, which is not something we generally approve. I guess the only thing for me would be pushing back the face of the rear dormer so that it wasn't projecting out quite so much. I think that was an HSAB comment. And, somehow getting the windows to work out for the egress or whatever, using the various, what Carrie had said earlier. And maybe pulling it a little in off the corners, but I don't have a tremendous problem with this project. Okay.
Couldn't we hold for just a few, simple revisions?
Sure. And I would also ask that you go and see what the visibility is,
Yeah.
which is none because of the house that it's in back of, but sure.
I think personally, the visibility is from the driveway at an angle, and you'll be able to see the side of that dormer coming all the way
I don't think
down.
so with the house that's there next door, the 2-story one, but
Well,
okay.
your upper photo, I think, shows it. That upper left-hand photo there. I think if that dormer is all the way out and close to the roof, I think you will read
see
it
it.
as kind of
Just a
a
few.
large.
We're just gonna hold for just a few, and yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, then somebody make that motion, okay?
That's my motion.
Okay, Abby's made the motion to hold for some minor revisions on that motion. Diane,
Aye.
Very good. John,
Aye.
was that a yes?
Yes, I said
Okay,
aye.
thank you.
Yeah.
Carrie,
Aye.
very good. And Abby on your motion, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay. Next up, Topham, 73 Grinnell.
Hi, Paul.
Hi. Hi, Topham.
How are you, sir?
Alive.
I know.
Mr. Chair, can I sit out on this one?
Yeah, and I'd love to sit out on a couple too, but yeah, so Stephen, you in there? You with us, Stephen?
I too am alive.
Yeah.
At least for now.
Yep. So there's your board.
Okay, I'll make it short and sweet, sir.
All
So
right,
this
go
is 97 Grinnell Street. This was Jason Davison's property that's been subdivided. The house, barn, and shed through Linda Williams has been moved to the back lot. And now this is an open lot, so we are going to do a 2-story structure for the home of this family. And I'll leave it at that. Go.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I do have
Yeah,
just minor comments from SAB.
right.
took a-
And while we're listening to those, could we,
I can multitask. Yes, sir.
thank you. You're so talented.
I try. On there are the only concerns that they had was the west elevation on the front. The right side is way over scale and it competes with the center core of the house. And they said it should be stepped down and the east-west wing should follow suit. And those were their comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so there's our west, and they're saying that the piece on the right-hand side overwhelms the main piece. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and that was kind of the extension, right? Bless you.
Bless you.
Whatever it was.
My goodness.
So, Mr. Chair, through you for 1 second.
Yeah,
So when I originally designed this, it was a stick-built house, and then it became a dreamline.
mhm.
And I had the added a massing to the north taller, and that now would require an extra barge. So that's why it got reduced. I
So
could,
you're saying, Joseph, if I could,
yeah, go ahead.
I want to make sure that I got the message correctly. You're saying that originally you had the main mast taller.
No, the added a mast to the north, to the left side. So that
Oh.
wasn't quite such a varying degree from the south side of the gable height to the west side,
I hear you. Okay.
or the north side, sorry.
Speaking of which, could we look at the north elevation? Because I want to see how far back it's rebated.
Yeah, this tells a different story. This is okay.
Wait, maybe I chose the wrong elevation. Should I have chosen the south elevation? Right, so that's a piece that has, according to HSAB or Wisconsin Advisory, has less differential than optimal.
Can I get a clarification, Mr. Chair?
You certainly can, Stephen.
Can we go back to the first elevation? Joe, were you, through you, Mr. Chair, were you saying that the element on the left is that height because then it means just one, you don't need another barge?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought you said. And so you guys were talking about slightly different things. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I was clear.
You say barge. Do you mean
Well, they barge them over.
It's a
They're
dreamline.
prefabricated. You know, they bring them over on a barge.
right?
They
But
use-
are we really thinking about that over architecture? I mean, come on.
No, I'm just letting you know that was the
Just
original design when I
explaining
gave it a
that was-
dreamline.
Yeah.
The massing was more stepped down. That was my.
Okay, but so we've heard from Wisconsin Advisory. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
I think, well, I personally prefer the mass shown on the west elevation to the right to be slightly lower. I think that this is appropriate for the area. Spent quite a bit of time out there. Other than perhaps the railing, which should be on the covered porch, that perhaps could be simplified. But even that, given its lack of proximity to the street, close proximity to the street, I think is probably okay. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Diane,
Yeah, Joe, how tall is the building?
It is 28.9, I believe.
really?
I think that's, hang on, let me grab my,
Yep.
Is it necessity because of the barging?
it's just the 2-story massing element.
All these things are all
Yeah.
the prefabs are like 29 feet high.
Yeah, it's 28.9.
Oh, well, I wasn't, I just wanted to know how much. Thank you, Joe.
I would,
Continue.
I think that's a long
Thank you.
elevation. I don't know how many feet it is because I don't see, like, it's just too small to read what it is. But it's along there, it presents a long foundation. I would like to see, can I see the site plan? You've got it going from sideline to sideline. I don't know how you can drop that right-hand addition and put it out in the back so it isn't sideline to sideline, because I thought of the houses up there were a little looser in their acreage than right sideline to sideline, and a pool. It sort of fills it up. As far as the pure architecture, I don't have a problem with it, but on the left-hand side, I don't know whether you can reduce that one, and on the right-hand side, reduce that one, so it's not stretching sideline to sideline. I'm not sure you can do it, but I would like to see if you can try.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I can reduce the barge, what's coming over on the barge. Yeah, so I think the lot line to lot line is it's like overwhelming. It's just too large for the lot. I think the right-hand side should come down and in. It's overwhelming the main mass. Something about that, I can't quite get the architecture, but I don't think the crossbucks are helping.
They're too tight. The crossbucks are drawn at 45-degree angles. They're never like that. They're usually like much flatter.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
I think I don't know, the chimney looks a little scrawny. I'm not sure if that's in proportion or what is going on there. It's probably, I don't know, it's in a sort of an odd place. And I'm not sure of the window proportions. There's just something, either they should be larger or something, or maybe it's just the line weight on this that I'm just having a hard time with. But so could I see the front elevation again? Because I think it's the most important. Yeah, I'd like to have a little more character or less character. I'm not really sure. But I think it's, for this on Grinnell Street, I think it's from left to right, it's just very massive, and I'd like to see that reduced. So that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yes, sure, thank you. I like, on the west elevation, I have a comment, it's on there now. The general measurement between a floor and the windowsill is usually 2.5 feet on all construction, basically. And here, this here measures 2 feet. So I think it's off a little on comparison, where the rail on top of the crossbucks is 2.5 feet up. You know, it's not up high enough to match the regular way.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's it?
That's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Joe, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about with the crossbucks.
Yeah, I got it.
You know, more of what you would see. This seems very braided to me, as opposed to those like very casual crossbucks. And boy, you know, I would love to, I know the barge thing is an issue, but I would love to get that piece on the right, excuse me, to be a little bit more subordinate in some fashion. That's it for me.
I think I think we can work on that. That's pretty easy.
Okay, that would be grand. Would somebody care to make a motion on this? I think we're looking at
Make a
maybe.
motion to hold for revisions.
All right. Yeah, I think the revisions we're discussing here are rather minor in scope. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Diane, for the motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, so the motion carries. Thanks, Joe. Oh, we have to do your pool, right? Let's do
Please.
your pool.
Just a simple 20 by 40 pool in the back of the lot.
Mr. Chair, and Sconset
Yeah.
only had one minor comment on the pool. They said that the location and configuration should be contingent upon changes made to the main house.
Well, that's a good idea.
Well, that's reasonable. Although we weren't really talking about moving that particular piece that it's centered on right now.
I would like to just add that the surrounding the pool is a little harsh. It should be more organic. Other than that, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would
Well,
be
you know,
definitely
we're not
around
looking at a
vegetation.
full landscape plan, so it's kind of austere. Yeah.
Could I go?
You certainly can.
Okay, because yeah, on that point, there's no vegetation, there's no claim, so we don't know what's screening this pool. And personally, I like to see it like tucked a little closer to the house, a little more central than right on the lot line. And I think it's right now, doesn't have much imagination. I mean, a pool should be a wonderful sort of magical thing. So I'd like to see what else you're proposing. Does the driveway also go on this particular? Okay, thank you. And you're proposing what kind of driveway here?
Pea stone, gravel.
Is it dirt down there?
It is.
It is, okay. So, and then, did you say the apron was?
Well, technically, I don't need to do an apron, but we would do a Belgian block.
Yeah, to keep the pea stone in. Yeah,
Yep.
I know it's a tricky situation when it's dirt. Okay, so I'd just like to see a little more information about the vegetation.
Okay.
And that's it, thank you.
All right, so let's see, Diane. Diane, you're muted, dear.
Dog was barking.
Hmm.
The pool should come in off there. It shouldn't be a runoff of that right elevation that we're trying to get reduced down. And it's the same size it runs down. It's not in a very welcoming position. I might turn it the other way, have the edges softened, rounded a little bit, and which would tuck it in behind the house, which would make it pretty invisible on the thing. and give you some nice plantings when it gets to that for the house. That's what I think it should come and turn. And where's the equipment for the pool?
We're gonna be doing a shed later on, and I was gonna put that in the crawl space.
Okay, well, I'd like to see the pool turned and brought in a little bit and have it go along the back of the house. That's it.
Mr. Chair, just one question. We're gonna screen it, and what I'll do is, would also like a backyard. That's why we centered on the family room. That added a mast to the rear. So that's why it's off there. So, but we're gonna screen it with evergreens, and, you know, there's more stuff we have to do.
Yeah, I think you got to show more of a plan.
Yeah.
Quote unquote landscape plan.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that was Diane, Abby, John.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. I find the house is, in its overall picture, is okay for that area. It's just, there's a couple more of that size down there. Is there a roll wrap on the pool?
Yes.
Thank you. Could I see the west elevation, please?
We're on the pool, John.
Yeah, no, there's no elevation, John.
I'm sorry?
There's no elevation. It's a pool application. The elevation would show
Oh, I thought it
nothing.
was, okay,
Yeah.
fine. No, I find no problem with that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Stephen.
Yeah, I think the benefit will be from the landscape plan. I am, Joe, just a little bit concerned with the proximity to the property line on the right-hand side as you view it. It's pretty close for landscape material. Other than that, no comments. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, can you finesse this a little for us?
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, for revisions.
Yeah, okay, that was Abby, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Abby. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right.
Abby, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I believe Lisa Botticelli might be here.
I am.
There she is. So Abby, can you chair this one?
Yep, right here.
And I'm going to actually monitor this because, I mean, I'm going to mute, but I'm going to monitor because this is my project and Lisa
Yeah.
might.
Mess it up.
Are you?
No, I'm not. No. I didn't mean that
It's
at all.
Botticelli, not botch it up, Ray.
Exactly.
Very funny.
No, that is good. I've never heard that before. It's. I'm not going to say it's a complicated project, but there's great.
I'm happy to let you represent it, sweetie.
I'd rather not.
Okay.
Can we have the applicant begin presenting?
Yeah. So
Oh.
Abby.
Yeah, I just wanted to, were there any letters on this? Or am I thinking of something else?
I don't think so.
Neighbor, no neighbor letter, okay.
No letters, but I'm here for a neighbor.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm going to mute, but Abby,
Yes,
you need to pull in it, obviously, because I'm recusing. You need to pull somebody else in for the 5-person.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Was Jesse on the last one? Is it Stephen then?
I was on the last
Even
one,
one of
Madam
the
Chair.
last one said we should bring it to Jesse.
Oh,
In my-
okay.
In my
all right.
rotation. Anyway,
Okay,
getting
I'm
there.
here.
Okay, Jesse, thank you. All right, what you
I want to
got?
make sure you have the right drawings up because Tammy submitted some drawings yesterday that are the correct drawings. So I can share my screen if I need to find them.
Okay,
Okay, just on that point, HSAB reviewed this based on these
Yeah.
these plans.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that they commented on, we saw
Okay,
and fixed because there was a drawing error. So that's why we have new drawings. So hang on.
So when do we hear from Sarah? Do we,
After,
After we
everybody else is-
present, possibly?
yes, and then myself.
Yes.
okay, yeah.
Okay, so can you, Holly, would you mind whoever's controlling the screen so I can share?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
You're free to go.
Okay, thank you. Let me find the drawings. Sorry. I should have been more prepared.
Take your time. We got all the time in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Let's see, 22, 110.
No, is she going to throw a lifeline out to Ray?
Got it.
Pressure. We need radio song drops.
Well,
we go?
hey, Ray, since you're there, can you email me the most recent drawings? Because I don't see them on the server. Maybe this is it. Hang on. Yeah, this is it. Sorry. That's it.
Okay.
But that's just the elevations, so I need to grab the site plan. I guess I'll do it on this one. Okay, so this is you guys have already approved the removal and of 2 buildings on this and a new cottage. It's on Jefferson Avenue. And this is the application for the renovation to the existing dwelling. So this is, let me go to the elevations that I actually have on. So this is the, let's see, go to the front, the east elevation, and which faces into the property, and then the south elevation, I believe, faces the road. And so this is one of the additions that is being proposed. And then we are continuing a porch roof over the existing deck, which currently exists on this elevation. We're changing all the windows to 2/2s. Currently they're 1/1s. We're refenestrating. On the east elevation, we're proposing to add 2 dormers. And again, rework the fenestration slightly. It looks like the openings are roughly in the same location, but the fenestration is being changed. The first floor, there is again some more fenestration changes. And then this is another addition that's to the right side of the east elevation, which you see here on the north. That lower addition. And then this addition of the sunroom, the porch roof gets extended around, and then that's a first floor single story addition. The hip to roof, and then that's the rear with the new addition. And I think there are, do you want me to pull up the photos, or should I?
Of what?
Of the existing house?
That would be great.
Okay, let me find them.
Oh,
There's the east,
okay.
there's the north, south, and southwest.
Is this a renovation or a?
Yes, it's a renovation.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's the existing building, and that's how it's bubbled. You'll see the changes are bubbled to the existing building. So this is basically the main mass here, this triangle. Again, this is currently an open deck, and we're wrapping the roof around, but you can see the main mass here, which is still that same main mass. I think the only change was we were adjusting the roof angle to raise it, to make it steeper and look less flat. So the roof does get raised. The building is 31 feet on one side versus 29.7 on the other side.
Okay. Nice. Very nice. So does
Madam
HVAC
Chair? Yes, so I'm just gonna read you the comments based on the plans that they reviewed on January 18th. And also, I just want to mention, Lisa, for the record, I do not see in HTC submissions these plans. So if Tam can email them, that would be
Oh,
fantastic.
okay, I'm sorry. She said she maybe, you know what, she maybe dropped off the paper copies and maybe she forgot to email them.
That could be it. I do notice the latest thing that she sent was the staff approval plans that were approved for this lot for the other structure.
Okay.
But for the record, this existing structure, it was built in 1980. There is an HDC survey on file. It was actually labeled as 12 Jefferson Avenue. I believe that there's been some changes over the years for addressing. So their comments, they reviewed this on January 18th. On the east, the existing front steps are in the traditional location for the front of a house and should not be moved to this side. This would greatly change the character of this house. The roof change results in too much shingle area above the second floor windows. The relationship
Yeah, that's what we fixed.
changed. Okay, the relationship of the window head casing to the fascia should not change. Lower the eave line or use taller windows, door if needed. The central second floor window should remain the same as the others.
Oh, in terms of height, okay.
Yeah. The central chimney should remain. I believe that is gone. Okay. The third floor dormers are too heavy and should be reduced in size. On the south, raising the roof rafters, the proportion of the gable ends, and throws off the relationship of the second floor windows to the upper roof planes. The roof should not be raised as much, or the second floor windows should be raised accordingly. And then HSAB does respectfully request any revisions if you're so inclined. And those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And now from Sarah Alger.
Thank you,
all the
Madam
way from
Chair.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, actually I'm in town, but that's okay. So I represent the Ambrecht family at 15 Lincoln and 28 Jefferson. And their primary concern, we didn't have any concerns with the structures that were moved around in the cottage, whatever that was previously approved. With this particular structure, however, the addition of the 3 feet in height in this structure really makes it out of scale to the rest of that neighborhood. It's kind of overwhelming. It just seems way too tall as you're coming down Jefferson, and you're going to see a lot of roof. The dormers, I'm just seeing these plans for the first time now. I saw the previous ones. I think are kind of overwhelming and big. And we just like to see the entire thing kind of pushed back down, going right up to 30 feet and having a basically 3-story house seems out of proportion to what the rest of that neighborhood down there along Jefferson.
Thank you, Sarah. Right, those are good points. So, sorry, what the front? What elevation faces Jefferson again?
The elevation that faces Jefferson is
East.
East.
So let me get to that right here.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We were
Okay.
shifting the door, the stairs off to the side.
Right. Okay. So, we have Jesse, Diane.
And I do just want to point out that this does face Jefferson, but it's much further back than Jefferson. The cottage is actually closer to Jefferson, which you see in some of these pictures.
Okay, yeah, we might want to see a site plan and
Right there.
It does go up the hill. Right? Okay, Diane, would you please? Thank you.
I would. I think what Hardscape said about the 2 dormers up on the 3rd story on east elevation. Those windows are too heavy and too big, and the same under the chimney over there at that little elevation that says new addition, add dormer. I think those dormers are too heavy. I don't mind most of the other parts, but that scene on the front, I wouldn't put the stairs over On the right, I'd put them in the center where they come from, which gives importance to the building as one goes by it without having to look around and find the front door. Can I see the west, I guess, west?
Yes. Here's the west.
No, Lisa, what are the little F windows for?
Let me look. Let me just double check what those are for. They're probably in some sort of a powder room or something, I would guess.
Yeah.
So let me just double check. Oops, wrong 4. They are for, let's see. I'm sorry. Bear with me. I'm just trying to orient. Oh, they're in. One is in a stair, one's above a toilet. And then the third one is in the other part of the stair. So this is where the stairs
Okay.
start.
Right. Well, I'd rather have them bigger, but if you can't, you can't. It said on that west elevation, it says raise the roof 3 feet, which is what brings it up to 31 feet.
Mhm.
Well, I think that's large up on a hill on Jefferson Avenue, but just my opinion. I'd rather see it come back down to what you have. I don't have any problem with the west elevation other than the fact that raising it. And those little windows, if you could make them larger. The east, I do have. The north, that's going to be I would rather see, if you could, the single window in that gable on the right hand side, down there, which would sort of even it out with the rest of the windows there. So that's the north. Is this which side of the street is this on? I've got remember.
This is on the backs to the neighbor.
Is it
Oh,
on
what
the-
side of the street on Jefferson it's on?
It's on the
I know
left.
it's
On
going
the
down.
left as you're going to the galley.
Okay, so it's on the cliff side.
Yes.
So it tucks in there. I think we've gone over this before. So the north, for the most part, probably would not be seen, but it is an imposing view going up to it. And I think that it should be as simple as possible and as simple on the facade and as not a full 31 feet. That's what I think. That's all. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Diane. John,
Yes, thank you. Could I have a north elevation, please?
North. There you go.
Okay. My compliments are that this structure with its changes, if it gets approved the way it is, then it would be absolutely appropriate to have it up there because you have 3rd floor dormers all over the cliff and they're coming down right down to the old HDC. This is not in the old historic area, so some class must be given to its proper propriety where it is. I'll just say that it's there. If it was up to me, I would say, yes, it matches the neighborhood and the area, and it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, John. Jesse,
Can I look at the site plan?
Yeah. Oh, I got to get to my other screen. Sorry about that. It's in here somewhere. Oops, not there. On this one. So here is Jefferson on the right-hand side of the page. This is the cottage, and then this is the house we're talking about.
Are any of the elevations being proposed? Changed rather?
No, no, if you look at the drawings, it's marked as the existing floor level. I believe somewhere I saw that note that basically
I was just-
existing grade, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at the walls in the cross section and, you know, I mean, overall, the design I think is an improvement from the 1980s design. But bringing up that height, if there was any way we can mitigate that with some landscape walls, because from the back, it seems not as drastic, but because you have that wall that's so close to the front of the main house, it almost makes it look taller.
Yeah, you can see the
And-
red dotted line is the existing grade.
Okay, so the wall's being proposed then.
Mhm.
Okay.
Doesn't show on the
So-
site plan, but I believe it's being proposed.
Okay, so the wall itself, without question to the material choices or anything like that, maybe it would be better if it was pushed a little bit further out to the front of the yard towards Jefferson, to not make it look like it's almost a foundation to the building.
Mhm.
And I feel like that might mitigate some height. Because when you've got those, you know, large steps going up and then you have a wall in front of it, it's going to make it look even taller than what you're proposing from just looking at it from this, you know, from this type of cross section.
I think I think what we were thinking that the wall would actually cut the height because you'd have less stairs going up to the
Right.
front elevation. If you look at the picture, it looks quite
Compared
imposing.
to the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's, I think, why the wall was introduced.
No, I think it's a good addition, and maybe if you put it closer to Jefferson, it would help with the height of the building, I guess is my point.
Okay,
And then also probably what would the material choices be on that, if that's part of the application anyways, or if it might be part of a landscape one coming up, I don't know.
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I like, so if you don't mind, if we could just get back to zooming out from the east elevation, so I can look at the existing elevation.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I think the east elevation is very nice improvement overall. Didn't really pick up on it, but I guess the windows on the second floor end do seem a little bit bigger. But the dormer size themselves, I have no issue with. Maybe if they were a little bit smaller. I like how, even though it's a 1980s building, that it does carry the character over. If it's not too much of a big deal, the steps being in front of the front door would be nice, but not a deal breaker. So I guess that's for the east elevation, which I think is the most important elevation. The south elevation, I like, it looks good.
Okay.
And the rear elevation looks good. And then, yeah, which elevation is this? This one is the north elevation.
Right. So the north face is was good. North
Yeah,
face is
I mean,
towards the galley.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it adds character to otherwise a 1980s building. So I think it looks good. So I have no concerns.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse. So my main concern,
Do we have Val?
Val, are you back?
I'm here.
You already went, John.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, John went, Diane went, Jesse went, and then you, but I need a fifth member.
I think Val is out for the minute, but we could get Carrie.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have 5 people.
Carrie,
here.
did you could you weigh in on this?
Sure. I think on the front elevation, because it's up on the hill, I think those dormers on the third floor are just too big. And on the little addition, I think if those get reduced down to a better scale, the whole thing would be better. I'm okay with the stairs on the right. I really don't have much other than those two things to say. I think all the other elevations look great. That's it.
Hmm. Thank you, Carrie. I'm glad you're on this one. So could we stay on the east elevation for a second? Because I think it's the most important one. I think the front stairs going up to the front door, I think it's important because I think there's so much going on now on this elevation with the, and I think you've done a very good job to this 1980s house. I love the hip roof going across the front. Congratulations on that. But I do think the dormers in all cases on the third floor are overwhelming. If you're going to have one, I don't even know if they should be mulled, but you know, just, I think they're just overwhelming the elevation. The second floor configuration of fenestration, I just don't understand. I don't understand these single French doors. It looks almost like a hotel that, you know, that's room 13 and 14's on the right, and you get a door and a sea view. So I'd like to see a little more cohesiveness in the fenestration on that second floor. I think the first floor is fine. So again,
Abby, can I just ask you, are you looking to add more fenestration on that? I mean, we were
I'm not
basically
sure.
using the openings that exist in the house at the moment.
Yeah, so, but the French doors are new, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they're where windows are.
Okay, so I'm missing that unity of this, of the windows going across. I think we need that. And that far dormer on the far right, I think it's just overwhelming on the far right under the chimney. And what happened to the centered chimney? Did that disappear? Where'd that go?
They moved, it disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know. I like things central, and I kind of miss the chimney. Could we go to the west elevation, please?
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, I think that I'm with Diane on this, that all those F windows are sort of odd. And if on the north elevation, I think that window up in the third floor, I think it should just disappear. I don't, it just looks stuck on, and you've done such a great job making this into a house with character that I think that dormer up there just is taking away. So I think I should probably stop there. Although I do want to say something about the front of the house again, which is east. I really like the hip roof, and I'm not sure about the deck. So I hate to say that. I know you're looking for a view, but just like to see it simplified and more cohesiveness in the fenestration.
I think if that E window became a B window, it would add to the cohesiveness.
I also wonder about the lights in the doors. If you can make the doors a little bit more similar in size to those bigger windows.
Yeah, and make them like 6 lights rather than 8s.
Yeah, even maybe with a kick panel to get them to line up.
Yeah, don't tell John about the front door. Okay, so we're gonna hold for a few revisions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Chairperson?
Lisa. Do-
Yes.
Did I hear a motion for revisions?
I'm sorry.
I made a motion for revisions.
All right, Madam Chairperson, I missed a compliment. I want,
Oh.
I missed something. I'd like to bring it back up. It's on the
Okay.
north elevation.
Okay,
Hold on, I have to share my screen again. Sorry.
sorry about that.
That's okay.
I
On
thought
the
we had a
north.
motion on the floor.
I was looking at the north elevation. That's north?
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Okay. No, I don't want that. I want the other one.
this one? South?
No, the one with the big window. Wait a minute. Yeah, right there. That's it, right there.
East.
It doesn't show what it is. Proposed south, what is that?
That's
East.
east.
Okay, east elevation, the dormer on the right. It's too large compared to the others for the fact that it doesn't meet the meeting rail requirement. It's about 10 inches above the requirement of the gutter line and the meeting rails. So that should be changed anyway. She'll make it the same size as the ones on the left. Those 5 on the left should be the same size as that, and the meeting wheels would meet.
Okay.
That's my
Okay,
comment on that one.
Thank you, John, for adding that.
I have that motion on the floor.
Well, we had to get the meeting whales. The meeting
I'm-
whales. Okay, so on Diane's motion to hold for just some few revisions, let's see who we got here at big board. John, on the motion,
Yes,
are you in favor of Diane's motion?
repeat it, please.
Just holding for revisions.
Yes,
Yes. Jesse,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
myself, I. And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks. Is Brooke on?
I am.
Okay,
Share screen?
hang on a second, Brooke.
Yep.
Val's back. So I believe you have a full board here. Okay, now you can screen share. Excuse me.
This is an application for a garden shed, 12 by 16. It's this structure right here. This is at 22 North Mill. I'm sure you are all very familiar with this area. It's the back lot, and it's the back of the back lot. It has very limited visibility. And I think it's fairly self-explanatory. It's a 11-foot, 8-inch tall salt box style building. And I guess I will let you all discuss it. I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Brooke. Holly.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
HSAB has no concerns due to the lack of visibility. Very simple.
Sounds good to me. So I should ask if there's anyone in the queue here that if there's anyone in the queue that would like to speak on this application, please unmute.
I would.
No.
Oh, yes.
Anyone?
Hi, Chairman Pohl. It's Ann Lingaman Davis.
Hi there.
We're talking about 27A, is that right?
This
Correct.
lot
Yeah,
over here.
okay. 27A, and we're talking about the garden shed?
Correct.
In
Right
the
there,
back.
yeah. I believe there is some visibility to Angola Street there. That is I think I was at the HSAB meeting, and I think you might have read, Holly, you might have read the 27B comments for this.
You know what? My apologies. Yes. That's what happens when there's multiple applications. So thank you for
I'm
catching
sorry.
that.
I was just
Nope.
following this and I wasn't going to
Thank you.
speak up, but I believe you read the comments for the 2017.
I did.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair, if you enlighten me, my apologies to the commission and Brooke. Yes, HSAB did take a look at this one for 27A. Again, these are very confusing when we have all these odd names, but nonetheless, the visibility from Angola Street or even Candle House Lane is questionable but possible, and even more likely when the nano doors are in the open position. The triple French doors should be changed to a single French and windows. And those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Again, thank you, Ann.
Thank you. Ann, anything to say beyond those comments?
No, I just have something to say about the garage, but I will.
Oh,
hold
well,
that.
that's the next
I will hold that,
application.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so there we are. This is the garden shed. Gosh, full board? Yes, full board. Yes, go ahead. Somebody.
I will.
Thank you, Val.
My concern was the nano door, so I was surprised to hear it wasn't a concern, so I'm glad that that wasn't.
Well, actually was a concern.
Right.
Yeah.
And I agree. A single French door and 2 windows, and it could be like a little mini greenhouse kind of thing.
I'd like to propose an alternative. It's an easy one. And that is that the concern as expressed in HSAB was that the door as hinged would be visible. But I think if it was flipped to the other side, it would not be as visible, just based on the topography and the fact that there is a structure right here.
I don't understand. Are you talking about hinging it from the other side of the jam?
Yes, because it puts
Why
it
does
at
a garden shed need a nano door?
so people can.
So
for
people who
light-
don't have a pool can hang out there?
It doesn't matter. It's not visible. Like if you hinge it on this side, all right, like where it's fully open, then it's not visible from the street. If it was on this side, as it's shown, yes, I would agree. It might be visible.
But so what would be visible? The stack of nano doors or the opening? Because
the
I could
stack of
argue it
nano
both
doors in the open position. I mean, the same thing would be true if I had a French door that was out swinging, or even a single panel that was out swinging.
Right. That's true.
So it's,
Significant. Well, anyway, that's my comment.
Wait, hang on, Val. Let me make sure that I actually understand your comment. You just
Nano door was the concern.
right. So HSAB actually said single door plus 2 windows. That's what they said.
And I was agreeing with that.
Okay, just to be clear. All right, John, did you want to say something?
Yes, I do.
Go.
From my knowledge of the area, I find it the west elevation. All right, it might be a difference there because we should all go and view it to make sure, because there's 2 violations I can think there. One is too much glass on the west elevation, and the same thing for the west elevation. Policy is 1 skylight, 2 foot by 3 foot, 1 skylight per roof plane, and they have 2 on that one. We should check it out, make sure it is not visible. I'd like to make a motion to hold that for reviewing.
No, don't make a motion yet, because I want to hear from the other members.
Okay.
I also like to point out this building has been approved with French doors facing Angola. Just note that, please.
Okay, I'm trying to help you out here.
All right.
So, Abby, Diane.
Okay, I agree about the nano doors or whatever you want to call them. It's not necessary to have an opening this wide for a small shed or whatever it is. Also, it has I do not believe we have approved the 2 skylights on the front. I don't know, either that or it isn't a small shed. But I think the door should be a single one, and there should be 1 skylight. That's it.
All right, Diane, thank you. Short and sweet. Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, Abby,
Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
I know.
So, I'm just looking at the site plan, just stay right there for a second. Okay, so okay. All right. I think it's excessive with the doors and the skylights and stuff. I'd like to see everything reduced to, I like the idea of just 1 French door and two windows and maybe 1 skylight. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, Ray, if you want to take a break and go out, I'm very happy to just,
I'm going to see it through Brooke's stuff, these 3, and then I will take a break. Thank you. Okay, so Brooke, I think you kind of have a mandate on this.
Fine.
Okay, so let's move for some revisions on this.
I'll make a move for minor revisions.
Thank you. So Abby's motion is for revisions on that. Val?
Okay.
Yeah. Diane?
Yes.
John?
Repeat the motion, please.
Revisions. Revisions.
I'm sorry, revision. Okay.
Revisions.
Thank you.
Your yes. Okay, Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Okay, garage.
Yes.
Go Brooke.
Proposal for a studio garage, fairly similar to the one that was approved at 27B, which it would have been right here, but I blocked it out with the locus map, but it's right here. The proposal is here, and it is 19 feet tall on the south facing the street. And it's a very simple structure with, let's see, it'll be visible from Angola and from the street, but the sides will not be visible because of the house here that was approved and these structures that were recently approved.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
HSAB.
Yes, sir. So HSAB had comments from January 18th. The shape of this garage is appropriately barn-like, but the double hung windows should be changed to a single sash 6 or 9 light, and perhaps they shouldn't be quite as neatly arranged. Old barn fenestration was often somewhat haphazard. And HSAB respectfully requests any revisions back. I did want to mention, looking at the elevation, we do obviously have foundation that's going to be sticking up. Just question on it, is that going to be parged? I believe the main dwelling was approved as parged, so I think that should be consistent throughout. Was there
Definitely
comments?
parged.
Awesome,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the audience want to speak?
Oh, yes, thank you, Ray. It's Ann Davis, 15 Mill. This is more of a procedural question. Will we see a hardscape plan with this garage? Because I'm looking at the driveway and it's bigger than 12 feet and there's a restriction on all these driveways for no wider than 12 feet.
So the answer is the hardscape application is generally a separate
Later.
thing from the architectural components.
Okay.
So if your concern is the width of the driveway, it's not really tied in, linked in
Yeah.
with this building per se.
Okay, well, then I will just hold my comments then.
Okay, thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
All right, who wants to begin on this one?
I'd like to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just a general thing is that we just did the shed that's on the far right. Now we're doing a garage on the far left. And it's starting to look, I hate to say this, but it's starting to look really built up, like it just stretches from one lot line to the next. And I wish I sort of hadn't gone for the shed, because I think the garage is more appropriate. But having said that, I would like to see one window in the gable looking up from Angola. I'm okay with that. But I think the east and west elevation, I would sort of simplify those fenestrations. I think the south is fine, but my general comment is that it's just getting sort of built up. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
Yeah, I want to ask Brooke, does this garage, did I hear you say it was like the one at B?
It's similar. It's a similar form. It's just, it looks, it's, the garage is different. The doors are, it doesn't address the street the same way.
Okay. I just didn't want to get too many duplicates going.
Yeah, and I think that tweaking the windows per the HSAB and per Abby's suggestion from the east would probably help that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that would be good, because if it's supposed to be a garage or a barn made into a garage,
yep.
The windows, as I've said, I guess that needs to be a little more informal. But the shape is good and the height is good. So just fool around with the windows a little.
Okay.
Okay. Diane, thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's see, Val?
Simple is good. The ramp is a concern. If there was a way to simplify that access, like maybe put a retaining wall on the north and then just have a step into the garage, it would simplify it. But that's it.
Kind of like berming up around the landing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just makes the whole thing seem so much more simple.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I hear you.
Yep.
Thank you, Val. John?
Yeah, sure. I'll let you drop a quick comment. All right. Now, the garage is fine. See, that's what a garage should look like. But I remember Wayne Holmes years ago had a case in court. And his answer to the judge was, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. So that's got to be a garage up there. Thank you.
Well, John, this isn't a duck. It's a garage. So Wayne was wrong.
Often.
Yeah. This garage does quack like a duck, but it's a garage. Okay, so Brooke, you can take the comments that have already been made and make your revisions accordingly.
Yep, I can work with that.
Okay, very good. Can I have a motion for some
So
revisions?
moved.
Okay, Abby's made a motion for some revisions on that motion. Val?
Mr. Chair, HSAB too.
Aye.
Oh, you want to bring it back to the,
Yes.
Yes, please.
wait, so Diane, wait, who made the motion?
I did. I tried to.
Abby made the motion.
Abby made the motion. Can you have a return to the HSAB?
Yes, of course.
Right. Okay, on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, garden shed. Wait.
What? No.
Oh, no. This is a garden shed at the other.
This is the other lot.
27B.
I almost
Right
had a
here.
heart attack.
Yeah, really.
All right.
It's a lot of buildings on, yeah.
So this building is not visible at all.
What?
I'm good. That's what I'm going with.
Okay.
What is that?
Oh, it's a similar kind of thing, yeah.
Oh,
But you can't see it. You really can't see this.
Okay. All right, thanks, Brooke. Holly.
So this is the one that HSAB had no concerns due to lack of visibility.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anne, would you agree with that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, board members.
Comment?
Sure.
Yes, I think that the possibility, I'm trying to read this map here, but if that is where it's supposed to be going, I think on the west elevation, it might possibly be seen from one of the side roads there. And I would be very careful to worry about having three, we'll go back to that west again, east, whatever it was. Having a three west elevation, having three sliding doors, I believe it is. I think that's over fenestration, too much glass for the wall. It's over 50%. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, Abby.
yeah, I agree with John. Too much sliding door.
You can't see it.
I don't care.
You can't see it.
Hey,
I'll
stop.
see it.
Stop, Diane.
I think one's
Diane.
enough. One is enough. One door is enough.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. Val.
I concur with what's been said.
Okay. And I concur with HSAB, who said they have no issues because there's no visibility of this. So what are we going to do? Somebody make a motion.
Make a motion, we hold it for next week and we go do our 2 viewings together.
Okay. So are you motioning for revisions, John?
Yes, and revisions.
Okay. Very good. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
No,
John on your motion. John,
Yes, aye.
you're in favor of your motion. I'll vote opposed too, just for kicks, because I think this is fine. And HSAB said it was fine. So the motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay. Hey, Abby, can you take the next 2 for
No,
me?
absolutely. Yeah. go-
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fading. All right, thanks. Right.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
Hi.
where are we? I've got to find it on my thingamabob here. What do you got, Victoria?
So our first one is 21 Pleasant Street, and I just burned the edamame, I remembered. Sorry.
Oh, you just burned the edamame?
I forgot it was boiling on this.
Oh my God.
It's okay.
That must smell weird.
We're at 21 Pleasant Street is our first one.
Yeah. So I bet we have HSAB on this then.
We do.
Bernie Bartlett's house.
Yes.
Oh, I love this house.
Franklin's before Bernie.
Do we hear from HSAB?
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't know if Tori's done with her presentation.
Oh, I haven't started. I thought you wanted
Okay.
to do H first. Should I go first?
Yes,
Yeah, go
please.
ahead, Tori.
Okay. So we believe this is circa between 1923 and 45, I think. I've got some documentation there in my submission. It is a 4-square, one of the few on the island. And we're proposing minor changes, small addition in the back, some upgrades to the windows. HSAB had discussed the shutters and the window changes and was curious about more details on the windows. So we are in process of putting together a window survey for you. And we discussed the shutters a little bit, if there was an appropriate example. As you can see, I found one, which some of you may recognize. And it's only a few shutters on the front. We, like the changes. We think they're really handsome and appropriate, and are open to see what you have to say. And with that, I'll let Holly. We didn't have a problem with anything HSAB was bringing up or suggesting, so we're open to those discussions as well.
Very good.
I'll take it.
Well, Holly's going to tell us what HSAP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as Tori had said, this is a four-square, circa 1920s. And I do believe there's quite a few photographs and history that's provided in the application, along with the HDC survey, from the 80s, where it's actually based on what the Sanborn maps between 1923 and before 1949. HSAB's comments, they reviewed this on January 18th. They said that the proposed additions are okay, but the front porch railing should remain shingled unless historic photos show otherwise. There should be a window survey to show how old the existing windows are. Thank you, Tori, for obliging them on that, as well as myself, and I know the commission. If they're not original, then a 6/1 windows may be appropriate for this style of house. The shutters should be sized to fully cover the windows when closed, but research should be provided to show that decorative shutters were used on Nantucket for mullion windows on this style. And I agree with that comment. The 5 basement windows on the south elevation is too busy and should remain as 3. The black sash is not appropriate. Essex green is preferred, and shutters should also be Essex green. There was a question on the royal blue doors. Need samples, please provide. The exterior west stairs should be against the side of the house or more integrated into the deck rather than floating out in space. And then HSAB does respectfully request any revisions if the commission is so inclined. I just wanted to also echo the fact that I agree with the front porch railing that should remain shingled unless there's any historic photos that show that otherwise. And I also wanted just to bring a comment about the addition on the rear. It does seem like it's kind of long at the same elevation of that hip. And I would recommend bringing it down if that could be done. Other than that, those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Holly. And yeah, those are great comments, actually, as I'm looking at these. Anybody feel inspired to critique?
I'll go.
Okay, Val, go for it.
I actually was confused a little bit by the application because there wasn't existing south and east to compare with proposed, so I couldn't really tell what was going on. And the application didn't,
I think it's right there,
clearly reflect to me what was going on with the addition business, but I have no grave concerns over it. I agree with HSAB. So yeah, that's it.
Oh, very good, Val. That's really nice.
All right.
Sweet. John, what would you like to say?
Thank you. I find that the addition is compatible almost 95% of what's there. It'll look like it was always been there the way it is. It's almost 100% into itself. So that's what's nice. The north elevation, top left, they're filling in quite a bit in there. They have to, because they're going to have this doorway coming out across there, so they have to fill it in because it's all open in the cellar. It's a full cellar right under there, open to the wall. So now they're putting fill in to fill in that corner, so I can understand what's going on. And I think it's compatible enough there. We should have approved it. There's nothing. What can you find wrong with it? You don't want to, And this is one of those few places you see where it drops down on the west elevation on the right. Right from there to the left of the street. they're filling it all in, truckload after, they have to, if they want to sell it. So now they got a door there with the seller. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Stephen. Or, I'll
Madam
go.
Chair.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if Stephen could be on this, but,
Yeah, I'm ready.
oh, good. Please go.
So the question I have is, what's the, can we see the application, please? Yeah, could you take it up 3 clicks, please? Okay, that's good. Yeah, so there's no application for a grade change and there's severe grade changes on this lot. I mean, I'm talking depth of feet that's just being trucked in. So that's a concern. And I think I would suggest, you know, I know there's been some controversial topics in the past, that we not let this be one of them, and that we take a look at this. So I'm going to suggest we do a view. And
Yeah.
other than that, I think the changes are relatively, you know, appropriate, but the grade change in relation is not.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's really important. I'm glad you brought that up because I was worried about the basement and how that was going to be screened and so forth. Anything else, Stephen?
Yeah, Diane, I think we'll take ire with the fact that there's a bunch of trees that might be town trees, given they may have been maintained in the past, that are getting filled in around.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, but any more architecture comments?
No.
Okay,
I'll
very
go.
good. Yeah, Diane, please.
First of all, in regards to changing the earth, changing what it does up and down, that house has been there for years and years. It belonged to Franklin Bartlett before it was given to Bernie. They lived in it. They didn't change the land, and it works very well for them. And I think that should be considered. We don't have to smooth out everything. And they lived there for their whole life. On the windows, on the shutters, the north elevation, they've got mulled windows and they've got a shutter on each side of it. And they have that on the first floor. That's ridiculous. Those shutters don't even go in front of half the window. Either do them the right way or don't do them. But you could look at the one next to the front door, so you're going to see it. All of them only go to one side, not a whole window, just one half of a window. That would look ridiculous. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel about it. The landscaping, I don't know has been proposed. I think a view is the right thing to do, to look at that and see what they are proposing and what really needs to be done to change this house that has been a family house since it was built. Okay, that's all. Yeah, I think it's my turn. Yeah, it's a golden oldie, and I think it's right on the corner there. And in my mind's eye, I think it's quite visible. So I think we better get this right. But it's a good first shot at it, Tori. I really appreciate that. But I do agree with HSAB about keeping the porch as it was. Incorporating on the south, incorporating the porch and the stairs together. It looks a little bit hotelish. I just don't want to see those French doors. So I think they should probably be minimal. I'm concerned about the visibility of the basement windows.
So I would like to know what the screening is. And Stephen's right, this is quite a drop in grade. I mean, if you look at the first floor and then you can see there's a whole window and a French door, it goes all the way. That's got to be 6-7 feet. So I'd like to see how that is being maneuvered.
If I could, Madam Chair, when you're ready.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Stephen brought up the trees. Are trees being, you have to be careful about those.
Yep, there's no trees proposed to be removed.
Okay.
The existing grade changes, as John pointed out and Stephen mentioned and Diane commented on, if we look at the photos that were submitted, that's a sample of another fourth square that you're looking at right there. Here we are. You can see that there's quite a bit of vegetation to the left, back left, that will really mask that back rear deck area. And there's a couple of other shots I believe I took farther to the left on the street there. So you can see that that back porch area is well vegetated and covered, and all of that will remain in addition to additional landscaping. This is the side that will have the grade changes proposed on the right. More than happy to get you some topographic elevations and benchmarks. As you can see, the back is a full view of that basement level, and we are retaining that.
Point of order.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Tori, but Madam Chair, these pictures are so, they're in, I just don't even know what to say. There's a better one. I think we should be looking at pictures that accurately represent the prior existing conditions and the conditions as they exist now, which show a dramatic infill of material along this whole side and the rear. I mean, literally feet in depth. To be looking at these other pictures, I think is, no offense to anyone, a waste of our time.
I was just trying to point out the vegetation that existed, Steve.
Yeah, I know, Tori, but I mean, those pictures that you were showing, they're like sepia tone, they look like artwork, which is wonderful, but they're not functional. They're not functional with respect to providing information. So I would just suggest that we do a view and pick it up from there. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
yeah, the scanner didn't do them in color. I submitted them in color, but the scanner didn't scan them in color. I believe, could one of the other applicants speak, or are you guys?
I'm going to speak.
John, okay, you want to add something?
Yes, I would. Looking at this structure here, and this duplicate of its sister is over on Pine Street. I think whether you have all the shutters on or none, that shows the difference of what they want now. And I still say it's applicable to the neighborhood. So I still make a motion to approve it as submitted.
Oh my God, John.
No. So there are a lot of conflicting views. So John, I thank you for that idea, but we already have a sort of a motion for a view, so we can look at the grade changes and so forth. So did I get everybody? So we got Steve and Diane, myself, John. And
I'm sure there's 5 of you that spoke on this.
okay, so I'm missing one.
No, there's 5.
Okay.
Al, John, Stephen, Diane, and yourself. Everybody.
Okay, I forgot myself. Okay, there we go. So I think there is enough conflict to not make a motion on this, but what else do I hear?
A motion to view.
Okay, motion to view, Stephen.
Madam Chair,
yes.
Holly, can you see Chris?
I'd also like to have my motion include that we get updated images.
Yeah, of course. No problem, Steve.
Madam Chairperson.
Hold on, John. Somebody else just said something that I
asked Holly if Chris was there, if she could see him in queue.
I
Chris,
do not
Chris is
see
who?
Chris.
Chris Cahill. Okay.
Is he the landscaper?
No.
Oh, okay. So, is there a landscape plan coming with this?
We can propose something. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's important with what you're proposing. It's kind of,
Yeah, I
key
just wanted to
to
be
your
clear that
project.
the only side that we're proposing the grade changes, as you see in the drawings on the Candle House Lane, is that what that is? The corner?
Yeah, yeah.
On the side. The rest will remain as is currently existing.
Okay, okay. Well, we've got a motion on the floor and I think we're going to go for a view. So Diane, on Steve's motion.
Aye.
Johnny, on Steve's motion to view.
Madam Chair,
John,
Point of order. I believe I had a motion beforehand to approve it as submitted. And
Can we,
no action was taken.
I'm happy to vote on John's motion, Madam Chair.
There was a vote there for that taken. So you guys have to do it.
So glad you're running again.
so, so Val, did you
I
talk on
spoke.
Did you talk on this?
Yes.
I'm
Who's
losing
on
it. I'm losing it.
Can we vote on John's motion, please?
Yes, on John, but that wasn't a real motion. It was
Well,
just
he,
a suggestion.
he made it. So
Harry, was it a real one or not?
He made the motion. So he
Okay,
did-
all right.
He did make the motion. Whether or not he made it before Stephen, because when Stephen was talking, he said he would make a motion to view. So it's debatable whether or not that was a proper motion.
Yeah,
So I'm going to leave that up to you two, but John did make a motion. I think you should vote on it. It
Okay.
probably won't pass, and then you can take Steve's.
Right, right. Okay, here we go. I can't listen to two people at once, so I can't. All right, so here we go. John's motion, Stephen on John's motion,
that's a no, Madam Chair.
Val,
No.
Diane,
No.
You, but that's only four, right?
No,
I'm a
John's
no.
got a vote too.
John, I'm a no. And John, on your motion.
My motion, I vote in favor of it.
Okay, so that doesn't pass. Let's try another.
Motion for review
Motion for review. John, on Stephen's motion for review.
and updated images, like as
Yeah,
in
she said-
tomorrow version.
Okay, okay. On Stephen's motion, let's start with Diane then.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion.
I'm a no.
And I'm a yes, so that passes. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Tori. Looks
I'm
like
on
a
the next one
project.
too. One more, Abby. I'm not sure if Ray's gonna come back or you as well.
He's gone a little bit of a break. He has got I think he's got a cold coming on or something. So I'm here.
Is this the next one? 11 Massachusetts?
Yes.
Okay.
Go when you're ready.
Okay.
Unless there's, yeah, you go first.
Sure. So this went through Nantucket Advisory Board. I'm sure Holly will, I assume, read the details, or Esmeralda. I originally presented if we can go back to the site plan for a minute, Esmeralda. I originally was applying for this front area, the circular bubble that you see in the bottom center. But we have since determined that that is beyond the scope of the property itself. So I would like to, make it clear that we're not asking for any approval there from you guys. And we're only asking for the 2 picket fences on the right and left and the gates that are associated with those.
Do we have a house to go with this image?
We have an existing house that's
Oh, yeah.
built there. The application is for the 2 fences on either side, right there. One is proposed. And right there. We're proposing type 1 picket fence which is exactly similar to neighboring fence right here to the left. Property right next door. Natural to weather, simple, with a gate. And I believe one side is a total of 11 feet wide, one side is a total of 13 feet wide, and they are 36 inches tall, I believe, which is marked on the site plan.
That's the house.
Yep, that's the house. That's the left. The two curb cuts are pre-existing, predating zoning and everything else. They've been there.
So that you're not doing the middle, where you circled on your.
That's not, I would like to withdraw that from the application or whatever the right terminology is.
Okay, all right. Does anybody have any questions about this?
Madam Chair?
Yes, yes.
So Nantucket Advisory did take a look at this application and they had no concerns. I would just respectfully request the withdrawal part of the application that Tori mentioned to be included on the application, and taking that off, as well as the site plan, so there's no confusion should you all be so inclined to approve. Thank you.
Right, right. Very good. Okay, everybody get it?
Yep.
Okay, Val.
I have no concerns now. I was concerned with the boulders that were already in place, and she's taken those away, so I'm okay.
Okay, excellent. Diane.
I have no problem with as long as that goes.
And John.
I have no problem with it.
Yeah. And do we have Jesse or Carrie?
I'm here.
Carrie, what do you think?
It's fine.
Okay, and I'm okay with it as well. Do I hear a motion?
Motion approved.
Thank you, John. On the motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Thank you, Tori.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Abby. Okay, Bishop's Rise, we got a ton of stuff going on here. Full board, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks that way.
All right. Go for it. 20A.
We might as well go to the go in order, start here. We have two lots, two separate lots. They were sold separately, actually, by the same person. We're looking at the one that's furthest up Bishop's Rise. This is at the very end of Bishop's Rise, where it then goes around back to the other road. Bishop Rise, as you know, goes up the hill, over the top of the hill at Dale Wayne's house, and then goes back down into a dip. It never quite comes up as high. This is the backup. Yeah, stay with this one. This is the MIPA map, where you can only build within so very limited area on both lots. And we have chosen not to build at the top of either one of them. We're taking 8 feet down on the back one and at least 5 feet down, if not more, of the front one. So we're not on top of the hill like every other house in Bishop's Rise. We're putting them down into the grade. So we're cutting the tops of them off and sinking them down off the top of the hill.
Okay.
Okay, next one. These are the topo maps. And if you can move it up a tick. I never thought I would ever say that, frankly. You can see where it's very high in the middle, and we're cutting that off and going down the hill on the back one. You can see where it's very high on that side. And the highest points of these are marginally inside the MIPA allowed zone.
It's
so we're just
MISA,
pushing
by the
everything
way.
down. Well, MISA. So that's what we're doing, pushing them down. That shows how the grade changes all over the place. And almost everybody else, as you can see, is located at the very top of their grades. So we'll go to the next one. This is where they're located. So you can sort of get a perspective here. This one is a gable structure, and the one on the right is going to be a gambrel.
Okay.
Down one. That's pretty much what they're going to look like, sort of in a rendering. And we'll go down again. That's sort of an aerial schematic of it. The pools are behind the structures. Keep going. As the crow flies. And that gives you the locust plan. You can see where Eel Point is. You can come up Renown and then go up Bishop's Rise. There's a lot of very large structures on the right side, which we've approved. And one of them, we made them cut the top of the foundation down just for jollies about 10 years ago. This is our lot. So right now we're talking about the main house, which is circled. And there's the main house. And we're not using white trim. You'll be thankful. We are using, I believe this one is Quaker gray. I believe the one on the top of the hill, I believe it's cobblestone. This one's Quaker gray. And black one. So it sort of disappears and it's sort of in a valley there. This is the rear, which is not visible because we can't cut anything for a good 30 to 40 feet. And because of the restrictions, we can't touch the brush. So it's set into the lots fairly far. So we can't really touch anything for screening. And I do have pictures in here. So keep going. There we go. I do have a ridge pole in here. That's the house in front of us. That's up on the top of the hill. If you go back up again to the street views, you can see the one ridge pole, one fell over in the storm. You can see the ridge poles here. Want to go down just quickly because these pictures are with all of them. So we don't have to go through them again. If you go down to the photographs that I took. Below this one, there you go. That's the one right next to us, white trim. This is the one beyond that one. That's the one beyond that one. These are in there also, Bishop's Rise. They're mostly white trim. We just don't want white trim. These are all Bishop's Rise, right trim. And then as we move down Renown and down around the corner onto Greenleaf, these are the large structures that have been approved here, and especially that one down on that Eel Point there. That's right on the top of the hill. That's massive. So keep going. I wanted to stay here for a second. These are all between us and Nantucket Road. This one on the right, on the bottom, is very similar to the one you're going to see on the Gambrel lot. So I just threw that in there so you can get some context. Same colors almost. Okay, so I'll take comments on the house itself, if you have any.
Yeah,
Well,
number
let's
14.
see the house.
Right there.
Well, I know that's the front. This is
East
looking
elevation,
strangely
east
like the one that
elevation's
we
not-
just reviewed in Sconset.
Yep, and the east elevation is not visible because it's towards, away from the road.
Okay.
And you can see where we're cutting the grade down off the top of the hill.
Okay.
So I figured it
right.
was fairly simple.
Okay. I guess this is the full board. Who wants to begin on this one?
I will.
Thank you.
I went out there today. I didn't go on Bishop's Rise because my concern is not from Bishop's Rise for the reasons Linda had pictures. Those houses are large. It's simply from what will we see from Nantucket Road. There aren't a lot of houses on Nantucket Road on this side. I think of the two, this is probably the one that will be least visible. In order to understand the grade changes, which I really struggle with, I'd like to have a more comprehensive plan of how the grades are getting handled. It's cut here, it's filled here, it's this or that, just so that we have a record. We've had problems, many problems in the past with these kind of lots in this area. And so just to have some documentation and maybe a benchmark or just something to refer back to that we can hold ourselves to.
I think Bracken.
But I
can probably do
appreciate the
plan.
colors, and
Great.
even though the house is large, so are the other houses there. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Val, if Bracken can do a cutaway type of thing, we can see here, we've got the dotted line where we're cutting the grades. Do you want something more comprehensive?
Yes,
Okay.
something that's certified by somebody and we hold to a certain benchmark.
Okay,
okay.
just be
Thank
thankful
you.
we're not filling. We're cutting.
Thank you, Val. Abby,
Oh, gosh.
you want me to
So-
come back to you?
No, I'm just
Okay.
having a pain in my belly about this whole area. I would say that I'd like to see the left-hand mask come down a bit, and I would say that the chimneys, I think the chimneys could kind of make this design, but I think they're too small or something, or they're not in the right place. But I think they could make this sort of sit nicely on this area. If they were the right scale. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Diane?
I would like to see the left hand brought down a little bit to break that
Eve line. Yeah, Eve line.
line across there. There to be look like houses that have been tucked in to an area. They shouldn't look like houses that have been built somewhere else and put there. It needs to accommodate to the land a little bit more. I don't know how you can do it to bring it down, but you have enough. Do you have enough room to bring anything, to bring that left hand down a little?
If you can go to the east elevation, whoever's controlling this, and take a look at what that is. It's set back about 5 or 6 feet. So it may look, on flat, it may look like it's parallel to it, but this is the one side you can't see because it's it's like 100-something feet off the road because we can't build anything closer to the road.
Okay,
So it's
let's
kinda
let
hard to
Diane
tell.
finish.
It's set back so far that you can't really
Let's
see.
let Diane finish.
Okay.
Okay, well, I was concerned about that. There was anyway, and if you can't see it, then we're stuck with it. I just would like to see it have a 10% more personality, and I don't know how you do that now.
Okay,
Well, we're trying to
10%
stay as
more.
simple as possible.
Sounds good. Okay, John. John,
Yes,
it's your
I
turn.
find it, the style that's here. What is the height of this place? Could you give it three jolts?
It's getting a little, 2911. Oh,
2911.
call it 30 feet.
Yep.
It's 30 feet high.
23 on the sides.
Hey, please go back to the last one. Showing the front door and the front of the house.
No glass, John.
No, the other side. The one that was just up there. There it is. Okay. My question is, what on the right? Go back again, please. No, go to the front, please.
That is the front, John.
I'm sorry, on the right side here. It looks like there's a retaining wall for what? Well, what's the purpose?
Because they're cutting away the grade, John.
You cutting below?
They're cutting it into the grade, yes.
Yeah, oh, okay, all right.
We're cutting 5 feet out of the grade.
Okay, then I have no problem with this being up there. It looks nice. Thank you.
That's it? Was that it? Okay. So I guess it's down to me. I mean, I would love to see, if we're looking at the north elevation, the left-hand side of this getting a little bit lower somehow. How you affect that, I don't know. Other than that, nothing. Somebody want to make a motion?
See the other the other three sides, yes.
I will,
I thought you were finished, John.
I think Val makes,
motion to hold for revisions
Thank you.
and the information on
The
the,
grading.
grades.
the grades.
Mhm. Okay, that sounds good. Thanks,
Aye.
Val.
That's
What?
Abby. Aye.
Okay, Abby has said yes to the motion. Diane,
Aye.
John,
Repeat the motion, please, Ray.
hold for revisions and more information on the grading.
Thank you.
Are you in
Yes.
favor of?
Yes.
All right, Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I am too. Okay, so that was that. Now we're gonna go to a garage.
Garage apartment, and I just want to get a sense of the meeting on it because we had to change the size of it slightly because they wanted 2 bedrooms in there. They were putting in a, like a 12-bedroom system, so they wanted 2 bedrooms in here because it's going to be an actual cottage as well as a garage. So I just wanted to sort of take a look at it and let me know what you think. You can go right to the elevations because they've seen all the rest of it. Pretty
Motion
simple.
for revisions.
Linda, what was all that stuff about bedrooms?
Right.
We're changing the size of it slightly because they wanted 2 bedrooms in here instead of
Oh,
1. So I'm
wait,
coming
wait,
back
wait.
with it anyway. I just
Wait.
wanted to get a sense of your meeting on this.
Okay, so I think what you're telling us is that we should be holding this, right?
You should, but I'd rather, have you say if there's anything radically wrong with it or if we can go ahead and massage it.
Well, hang on. In adding a bedroom, you're going to be making it bigger, presumably.
Not much on this one. The gambrel is the one that's the
If you're
problem.
making it bigger, you're not going to be making it smaller.
Not smaller, but we may just have to make it a little bit wider.
Yeah, I don't even want to review this until you've made the changes. Why review something that's going to be getting bigger?
Well, it's not going to radically change the forms, as far as where the gambrel, the gables are and stuff. So I'm just looking to see if this type of thing is okay. And the garage doors and stuff.
Okay, so, I mean, it looks somewhat innocuous. Who would like to talk?
I
on it?
will.
Thank you.
So the hard thing about this is that we have a site plan that really doesn't show us any hardscaping, how the driveway is going to come in, how
That's
the
it.
driveway is going to approach the structures, what retaining, if any, there's going to be. So I think it's rather hard. I don't know if this is a good spot in
Yeah.
front of the house for
Good
this
point.
without
Good
looking
point.
at that.
Yep.
All right, that's the next application and it's not actually in front of the house. If you're
Right,
seeing
the
on
rest
Bishop's Rise, it's to the left of the house.
please, Mr. Chairman,
What, John?
yes, I didn't get a chance, can I see the west elevation on that garage, please?
You
or
didn't
whatever
get a
it is?
chance to speak because Val was speaking. I let people speak when it's their turn, so go ahead. Yes, John, go ahead.
My only question is, what is that on the right side? Is that a glass door? Sliding
No,
door?
it's board and batten,
It's not an
John.
outdoor shower, I don't. Board and batten, okay, thank you. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, so Val has spoken, John has spoken. Diane, to you.
Linda, you can't see the east side, right?
No.
Okay. Then, I'm all right with it.
All right, thank you, Diane. How about you, Abigail Camp?
Sorry, I was muted. I think it's too busy. I mean, the 2 doors to the right, this busy garage doors. This seems to be like a simple garage. I'd like to see the shed dormer not be a flush dormer. I like to see it set back a couple of feet off the edge there. And I'm only, can we see another view? It's just west could I?
Hey, Abby.
Yeah.
I just want to point something out on the shed dormer thing being set back.
Mhm.
If we could
Could I see that view? Yeah.
Okay, so here's the story on that. If it's set back, imagine, look at this drawing.
No, I know, but I know.
Let me
I hadn't
finish.
even seen this
But
elevation.
Please,
so-
let me finish. Let me finish. If you take and you run the eave all the way across and you see the amount of space that's left over, and then you set that back, the size of the windows that you would be able to put in there would be about 6 inches high.
I understand. I
Okay.
understand that.
All
I
right. So
hadn't
this is the
seen that
difference between a
elevation.
flush dormer and a rebated dormer. Like you can't take a flush dormer and just like cut it in half
Well,
and expect it to work. It just doesn't work. But okay, so continue.
okay, so I think it's over fenestrated. I don't think you even need a shed there. So I'd like to see it simplified in general.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Let's see. So that was Abby.
You.
John, just me, right?
Yep.
You know, I mean, generally it's no different than anything else out there. So I'm okay with it, but I'm certainly interested in seeing how you're going to modify it.
Okay, can we go back to the site, the MESA plan for a second?
Why?
Yeah, that one. Nah, yeah. You
Why?
see the little dotted line that's going around it?
Yeah.
That's it. And we wanted the garage to be lower than the house, because it is lower than the house by another
What's your-
5 to 10 feet,
What's your point?
that we can't move it.
Who said anything about moving it?
Val did, but it's, if you stand on Bishop's
No,
Rise. it's
no,
not
no,
in
no,
front of the
no.
house.
I beg to
Ed,
differ.
I don't know what the landscaping.
She does not know what how to access it or anything. All she wants is the drive location so she can see how it's all working.
On the next application. I've got the hardscape.
Well,
No,
hey,
it's not
guess what?
very-
Linda, it
Hmm?
would have been awfully easy to have that information on this plan, wouldn't it have been?
Well, we took it right off of Bracken's plan. That's why this
Well,
happened.
it's not even concise, so keep going.
Okay, go to the
No,
next,
so
go to the next
stop.
application.
I want a motion on the garage to move for revisions.
Yep.
Motion
So
to
moved.
move.
Thank you, Diane. Diane has made a motion to hold the garage for revisions. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
I
thank you, John,
Aye.
and Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, so now
We got hardscape.
we're gonna
Yeah,
go, well,
I looked
The
at
road.
this. I think we need to have a more succinct plan.
more detailed plan.
Yeah.
I believe we do have one. I've showed you what is on Bracken's plan because it was hard to see because there's so many other topo lines. But we have the stone retaining wall because we're lower than the street. Goes from 24 inches to 4 feet. And I gave you a bunch of options as to what kind of,
Yeah, it's too confusing, Linda, sorry.
well, I didn't want to make give you something you didn't like.
I'd like a cross-section of the site with
Mhm.
exactly where the walls are gonna be, what they are, and
Well,
where
I
the
want everybody
driveway is.
Between now and
Actually-
the next meeting, take a look at the stone, and these are all stones that are used here. I just didn't want to make your decision for you. I wanted you to pick out what stone you
Hold
wanted.
on, guys. Linda.
Hmm.
The two sections that you've shown through the pool
Yep,
are showing the existing grade. There's a tremendous amount of fill. And it
In the
doesn't
back,
show
yep.
how that fill ends at the, like in this case, on the E drawing, it doesn't show how the fill is reconnected with the existing grade. Okay, and if we go back to the previous section, the same thing occurs. We see the dashed line going way down, which means there's a tremendous amount of fill going on right there.
Mhm.
And then the drawing just ends. It doesn't tell us anything. It
All right.
doesn't tell us how that's all reconciled. Are we gonna have like a 6-foot high wall down at that end? I don't
no,
know.
only the left side. You see where we've cut down?
No,
we've
I
set the
see
house
that
down?
one clearly. That's where you're cutting. I want to know when you're filling, how you're going to be dealing with the fill that you're putting in.
How it's
And-
feathered
and-
out?
Yeah, exactly. So all the way through the site, not just the parts that work in your cause.
I think he wanted to
Oh.
try to get it on one page.
It could be at a different scale.
Okay. That will work.
Something that shows the whole bit, not
Okay.
just a portion of it.
That works.
Okay.
As you can see, the back of the wall is actually not on that side. So you can see where the wall's cut in here on the left.
Yeah, but I want to know about the wall or whatever it is that's happening on the right. Okay.
Okay.
So Val, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just had to make that little point. So do you want to say more?
I just think that the highlighted topo plan that's been used for everything is not, for me, enough for something that is kind of complicated. We need a more detailed hardscape plan with more information on it.
All right. I just highlighted it so you could actually see it because it's very hard to tell what's going on this Zoom stuff.
It's still hard to tell.
On a big plan, it made sense.
Okay, so that was Val. Let's see, Diane.
I don't know. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see a picture of the stone wall. And the driveway is going to be gravel.
Yeah.
And the pool, have we gotten to the pool yet?
Well, we're
That's
talking about
part
it,
of this. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. It might be good to take a view and see what it is, but I think looking at the pool as it comes up, it is much, much, much too formal to be up there.
I think a
So-
view would help, Diane, because you can't see the pool because we can't cut any of the foliage. And the pool's
Yeah.
going down at the level of the house and we're dropping the whole house 5 to 6 feet down into the grade. So the pool is actually behind the house, so you can't see it because we can't touch anything and it's actually set below the retaining wall. So it's shielded from everywhere humanly possible.
Well, I just thought it would be good to see it because the houses out there on Bishop's Rise, each one is very sort of individual.
Yeah.
Of what the land is. So we don't want to make a mistake and have it so it's visible.
Diane,
That's
if you
all.
can get access to the packet, because I know you can't get out there that easily. I put a picture of every single house out there from the road, so you can take a look at the packet on the, on the HCC website and go and scroll through the pictures because every single house is in there.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do
Diane, you all
that.
finished?
Yep.
All right, Abby.
So for me, the site, the plan of the plan that's submitted for the driveway, it's just not enough information for me to make a sound comment. So I
Okay.
don't know what to say.
More information.
Yep.
All right, John.
There, yeah, one question on the proposed site here, showing, does the pool have a roll top?
A covered, automatic cover?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. You see stone retaining wall right there. We need more information on the height of it and how length of it and all that. We don't have it here. So we have to, I think we should hold this till we get some more information. Thank you.
Okay, I like that plan. Why don't we do that? How about a motion for more information, a more complete site plan, and some more complete sections through the site, including.
So moved.
All right, Diane, thanks for the motion on that motion. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby.
And I'm stepping
John.
out for a bit.
Okay, John.
Aye.
It'd be great if I could keep the same board because of the other one, because we've gone through a lot of the same stuff on this one that we're going through
I
on
think
B.
you've already lost her, but can I just finish the
boy.
vote, please?
No, I'm,
So John's done it. Let's see. Diane, did you make that motion? I forget.
Yeah, I think so.
Diane, on your motion?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you're in favor of your motion?
Yep.
Okay, and I am too, and motion carries. Okay, so Abby, are you going to stick around for the
yeah.
remaining
So
three?
for what?
The remaining three, the other lot, 20B dwelling garage pool.
That's three more applications. I think maybe one of the alternates can step
Yeah,
in.
why don't we do that? Okay, let's see. I don't know where we are in the rotation. Carrie, you in?
I'm here.
All right, thanks. Go, Linda.
This is Gambrell. Quaker Gray, Natural to Weather. Keep going. There it is. It's very much like that other one that I showed you that was right across from Sanford Farms. It's visible from a mile away. I believe that was yours, Ray, your office. I
Yeah.
took a picture of it. And this one's even harder to see. You'll see from the pictures
Well,
later on. that
mine
this
isn't actually very difficult to see.
It's very easy to see.
Right.
I stood across at Sanford and looked at it, but pretty, very nice. I love gambrels. And this one's even harder to see because it's up sort of the private part of Bishop's Rise.
Are you saying harder to see with respect to the application that we just reviewed or my project?
No, your project you can see from Nantucket Road.
Yeah, I know.
coming in.
You can see it from everywhere.
And this is
So-
very similar to that one. The
R-
perspective is
But
very
you're
similar.
saying with respect to the house that we just reviewed.
This one's even harder to see.
That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
thank
because
you.
it's
Yes.
up the little way there.
Got it,
It's
got it.
embedded even further.
Yes, okay.
Because when you'll see the
Continue.
pictures, I couldn't even see
Continue.
the ridge poles couldn't even be seen because this has got much more foliage we can't cut. So here's the gambrel, Quaker Gray. There's the back of it. Pretty simple, and it's fairly short compared to some of the other ones out there. And there are the sides coming up.
Did you
Nothing
say what
right-
the trim color is?
It's Quaker,
Okay, thank you.
black windows.
Mm,
There you go. And then if you want to go down a little bit further, you can see that I took a bunch of pictures. This is from Bishop's Rise, and you can go up this little shell thing here. You can't see the ridge poles from anywhere on the road because I took pictures all the way up that hill. And it's backed in. This, we're dropping 8 feet. I'll do the same thing, Val, before you even get there. This is dropping 8 feet. That's the one right next to us. This is dropping 8 feet into the grade because we're cutting the whole top of that thing off and setting it down the hill. Because the last thing we wanted to do is put it on the top of that thing because that's 64 elevation. So we're bringing it down 8 more feet.
Okay,
So I'll be ready for comments.
all right.
This is my favorite of the bunch.
Okay. Who wants to start on
Chairman.
this one? Yes, John.
Could we get a height pole on all these three houses and the three, yeah,
Well, do you have any comments on the design of the house, John, before we get to that?
no, I just think we had.
No, okay.
We'll know the height. You should know that up there.
It's right here. I can't see it from here, though.
He wants height poles.
I have them up there. I just took a picture of them in case Diane couldn't get up there.
So John, your height poles are there.
Say that again.
Your height poles are there. They're on site.
They're not visible.
All right, you should hold it for viewing. Make sure.
All right, I want to hear from the other board members. So you have nothing to say on the architecture of this building, right?
No, the height poles are there. We should just go look at it. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks, John. Abby's off. Carrie.
Okay.
I think it's a good looking house. I think there's a few little nitpicky things on this front elevation. If this is the one that's visible at all from anywhere, I think the posts on the porch seem really spindly.
Yeah, they do.
I think because it's so symmetrical on that main massing, that window on the left is just bugging me that it's not there.
Which one?
On the left gambrel under the porch, there's a
Oh,
window missing,
yeah.
and it's just my eye is drawn to it. Let me see the other elevations. I don't think any of this is visible, and it is a decent looking house for sure. Yeah, there's some quirky things, but nothing extraordinary. I think this is fine. I do question how you're digging so much of the hill out, but where are the retaining walls from where you're digging?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Yeah,
just,
we don't need a
there's gotta
retaining
be
wall in the
some-
back. They're just gonna feather it. They're taking the whole top of the hill off, so there's gonna be nothing behind us.
Okay, well,
I don't
once
get
again,
that.
Linda,
It's a lot of
this
earthwork.
Yep.
this
it's
is
like-
looking like 8 feet of retainage, honestly. That Carrie has an extremely good point there.
Mhm.
Unless this hill goes up and back down again on your piece of property, it will
It does.
require retainage.
It goes off the back of
Okay,
the top of the
let's
hill. It goes back
see it.
down.
Let's have it
Let's-
all on a plan done by a
Let's see
surveyor.
it. Okay,
Okay.
Carrie, continue.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Val.
Yeah, I agree with Carrie. And the side that's a little quirky for me is the west with all those different size little windows. It's like, I wish that dormer was a little different. Something was different there. But it's mostly to do with the grade, something that is more precise, more information that we can hold someone to, cuts, fills, retainage, that kind of thing, cross section. That's it.
Okay.
Just
thank
for a
you.
note, I don't believe we have a retaining wall on this particular lot.
Linda,
unlike
why
the
do you
other
have
lot.
to respond to everything that every single person says? Can't I just go down the goddamn list? Thank you. All
Well, it'd
right,
be great if other
Diane,
people stuck to that.
Diane.
Yeah, I would put on the west elevation,
Yep.
on the left-hand side of that little dormer, I would not have another half window. I would make it a full window and go down like the other one. And the little single one, I don't know what it lightens up inside, but if it doesn't do anything much, I would move it down to the top of the gable below it.
I'm trying, what are you saying, Diane? I'm trying to figure that out.
West elevation
Right.
on the dormer.
Yep.
There's a big window and then two little windows.
Yep.
I would make the middle little window a big window and get rid of the little window and put it down in the top of the gable right below it.
I'll see what the floor plan does, Diane. I'm not sure how that's gonna work.
I don't either. It just would make it stand up more.
It's her
You don't
comment.
have a MIPA taking out all that land because our mission is to move 2 feet, and that's more than 2 feet. Taking it away is the same action as moving it around and putting it in. I just would like to know what it is and what you plan to do with it.
Mhm.
Can I see the north elevation quick, please? Okay, so that is the front door, and Carrie mentioned the window under the end of the porch, that it would match the other one, and I think she's right.
Okay.
So that's all for now.
All right, Diane, thanks so much. Let's see, I think it might be to me. The house looks fine. I like it. But the grading, as many of us have discussed, really needs to be clearly legible. What is happening with the topography out there? Because I think we're all in the dark as to what exactly the grading is doing. So can we have a motion for more information?
So
So move.
Okay, I'm gonna take John's on that. So John has moved for more information on that motion. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, let's quickly do the garage.
Yep. Change my paper. This one has probably, Mr. Chairman, if you want to just hang on to this without talking about it, it's gonna have.
I
the
would love
most
that. And I would
revisions.
also love, like, the same, I'm sure that we're gonna have the same issues with the pool and what the grading is doing on this project as we had with the last one. So can we just move to have more information on both of these?
I think this site plan is much more fleshed out than the other one, because there's far less going on. It's just coming down 8 feet and flattening out. But you can take a look, just a quick look at it, not that one.
I would make a motion to
go.
hold this to track and also have a comprehensive site plan for all the structures on both lots individually, of course.
Okay,
Like
we
that.
do have the driveway on this one because we put it there.
Well, yeah,
No retaining walls over there right now.
you know, no vegetation or anything shown here.
Well, I
Um,
did in the pictures, Mr. Chairman, we can't touch anything to the left of the house.
Okay.
Or the
So
front of the
have
garage.
Joe do some nice little growies, you know, around so that that's evident.
Little
rather
green
than
stuff.
just the thin- Yeah, you know, rather than the thin little lines.
All right, because you got pictures of it also for yourself.
Should we move for more information on the garage and the pool?
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Is
make
that-
that my motion,
Okay,
a more
thanks.
comprehensive plan.
Right. Okay, that's Val's motion, including sections through the site like the other one.
Mhm.
Yep.
On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, so that's
Thanks for
that.
slogging through that.
All right, now it's down to Brooke.
Hello again.
Hello again. 8 Walsh. Now, let's see, is
I'm gonna
Abby,
sit off this one.
well, is Abby back? I mean, we have plenty of associate members who are, you know, sadly languishing there. So you're sitting off, Abby's not back.
I am back, but
Oh, you are back. Okay, so let's go to Stephen. Stephen, are you there?
Stephen?
Stephen Welch, that is.
Well,
Is Stephen Welch there? Huh.
He's muted.
Oh, Stephen, you're muted, friend. Okay,
Mr. Chair, I'm here.
that's Jesse, right?
Yeah.
Jesse, we're gonna go with you, okay? Thanks. Okay, so what you got, Brooke?
All right, there is an existing garage. Here are photos of this existing garage. There is an existing foundation that we cannot touch because this building is in a Concom sensitive area. So we are reusing the foundation perimeter and building a structure on top of the foundation that replaces.
We don't see your plans.
Oh, sorry. Permission to share. Sorry about that. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. All right, so this is the existing garage.
Mm-hmm.
There's an existing foundation that was installed a few years back that is flood legal and Concom approved. And we were not, we were limited to just that footprint and just this foundation. So, and this is the interior. It's all nominal 2x framing. So it's more, slightly more modern building, and, you know, probably 50s or 60s, but not in any way historic. And so what we've done is we're proposing this structure, which is very similar to what is there. which is this building, which got approved with this addition a couple of months ago. And that's it. Go ahead.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there actually is an HDC survey, surprisingly enough, for this garage. And I do agree with Brooke. It doesn't have a date on it, but it's definitely 50s or 60s. Not obviously historic, but contributing to the National Historic Landmark and local district. And then obviously the main dwelling on the locus is 1920s bungalow. HSAB did take a look at the proposal, and they said that the north and south gables should be a little narrower to reveal more of the main roof eave line. And I from staff's perspective, I do understand the intention of having to go up due to Concom restrictions. I just, the proposal eliminates that lean-to, which is very unique and kind of goes back to, some of those agricultural type of structures that were originally on the island. Those are the comments. I do also want to notate, I want to say we did receive a butters comments. So I was going to look in the file to see. I don't know if anybody's here.
You did.
Thank you. I thought we did. I
Oh,
didn't have it printed out. So they may be here this evening, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'll ask that now that we've heard from you, Holly. Is there anyone in this queue right now that is a neighbor or butter that wants to speak on this application? If so, first of all, unmute and give your name and address for the record.
There was one from someone named Phillips.
No? Okay. I'm going to turn it over to the board.
Mr. Chair, I do have a letter that was sent, if I may.
Why don't you read it?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this was sent January 19th, so hence the time frame. Dear Mr. Pohl, I am strongly opposed to the request to rebuild and expand upwards the subject garage, which will affect my contiguous property to the northwest. Although they propose to build on the existing foundation, it should be noted that the garage lies within the 20-foot of designated wetlands and therefore is a no-build zone. This proposed eyesore will be towering over my backyard deck and be visible and negatively impact at least 6 neighbors. Perhaps the most important point I can make is to draw your attention to the elevation from Wall Street and know that the garage is completely out of character with the neighborhood. Allowing tall structures on the 5-foot setbacks is common in Mid-Island neighborhoods, but is inappropriate in neighborhoods where there is more cottage character. I feel they can replace the garage as it exists, but they should not be allowed to expand the use with a second story. A similar structure is what exists is okay because they are grandfathered. However, we are strongly opposed to any increase in the encumbrance, including putting a second story on and providing a living environment in a cottage feel area as is designated wetland and no build zone. We cannot continue to build out, expand, and improve in areas where coastal resilience is front and center while changing the character of such an important neighborhood when thinking about Nantucket. I am opposed to the addition of a second story and providing a living environment in a designated wetland. Sincerely, Charles Phillips from 4 Swain Street. Those are the comments.
Thanks, Holly.
You're welcome.
Since there's no one here to speak other than the board members, I will turn it over to the board. So Brooke, it's Val, Diane, John, and Jesse, and myself.
I'm not on it.
Oh, wait, did I do that wrong?
I think Abby's on it.
Oh, okay. Oh, Abby's back, Val's gone. So Diane, Abby, John, Jesse, and myself.
I'm ready to go.
Go.
I kind of think this should not have a gable forward on it. It could, and then if it didn't, if you switched it around, you could put one of those mold dormers with the mold windows on the main mast, centered on that roof line. put the garage door right under that and make the back sort of a salt box, and that would sort of mitigate the height and the massing of the whole garage. If you catch my drift. Sorry, I forgot your first name. But
Brooke.
Brooke, Jesus, Brooke.
Yes.
Do you understand my idea?
What I'm understanding is that you prefer to see an eave line facing forward with some kind of a gabled dormer as
that from
opposed
the-
to a big gable.
Right.
You totally got it, Brooke.
From the main mass, you put one of those in that, and then it's salt box in the back.
Okay. Thanks. Was that it, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, this is in the wetlands there, back at the corner.
That's
I
right.
don't see that it should be made a two-story house of sorts in a wetland that is supposed to be left alone. They're going to have people, and the garage and everything else is just contrary to what that building is. And I see no necessity to make it a two-story thing. A single story is what it was, and what it should stay. It's and not fool around with the wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. John McLaughlin, your turn.
My comments are, it's a quadruple building, all four. Anything in there matches somewhere else, you know? And I think those corner boards up there, because you have an overextension on your roof, it should be brought back level, and it starts, if it's raining or something, you got gutter lines coming down. And you should take them off. That's not appropriate on this small building with that overhang on each end. So that ought to be changed there and brought that back, take that off, bring it right back to the fascia board, corner board, okay? Cut it off at the corner board. It looks out of shape, awkward, very awkward. You get four like that, same height, same window, same door, monotonous. That's my comment. I think you ought to change that, move it back about 10 inches.
Okay, thank you, John. All right, Jesse, to you. Jesse? Oh, boy.
Sorry.
There
Sorry.
you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I was gonna say the same thing about the overhang on the roof. It looks a little top heavy. In the height, I know you're trying to get some second floor action there, but if you could bring it down any bit, that would be helpful. And that's it.
Okay, Jesse, thank you. So Brooke,
Yes.
the chairman has a pet peeve, and and that pet peeve is cross gables. I feel like the cross gable is the most sort of like glaring example of somebody trying to maximize the amount of space someplace. There's no eaves. There are no eaves. And so for a gable building, it's a quid pro quo. It's like you get your height on two sides, but then you pay that for that with the lower eave on the other two sides. And this, it has, like, if you look at the bottom four elevations, all four of them are the dominant elevation. And that's because it's a cross gable. So I would want to see that go away. And I do think that this is really like trying to max out on the second floor. And I would like to see this diminished in some way. That's my comment. So motion of some kind, folks?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good to me, John. Thank you. On that motion, we have Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you. And John?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay. The next one I actually have to recuse from. All right. So is there somebody to represent this first of all?
Yes, I'm here. This is John Cuspa representing Nantucket Land Bank.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Abby, you're here, right?
Right here.
So can you chair this?
I can.
Thank you. I'll mute.
Would you like to propose your gate?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So we used to have this open over here, but we were having trouble with people from the brewery parking over there. So we put a fence there. And we used to park across the street, but then that also got fenced off. So we're kind of just trying to provide for access for mowing that field a couple times a year. I threw in a metal gate because we have one existing, but I'm happy if there's another kind of gate that the board wants over there, but we just need a way to get into the field. And that's the area we always have. We just had to put the fence there because we were having issues with parking.
Oh, okay. Well, that's quite simple. So do we have any comments, outside comments? I guess not. What does the board feel about this metal fence?
I'll go.
Gate. Go. Okay, go ahead.
Who, me?
Sure, you.
Oh. All right. I think it should be a wooden fence. With the cross bar that looks like the wooden fences we have around. And it will be just as safe for there. And it won't be standing out quite so much on the conservation land bank land. The wooden one fits in better with what you're all about, I think.
Okay, that sounds right. Val.
Sure. I agree with Diane. I can appreciate saving something like that. Don't throw it away. You will get to use it somewhere, but that's a very visible, highly traveled spot. It might be more appropriate like within a property somewhere. So wood would be preferred. Yeah.
Yep. John. Oh, thank you, Val. John.
I have a comment. Most fences out of town are split rail. They're all 10 feet long. Each unit is 10 feet and the post. And I think putting metal out on the road, you can put a split rail in there that swings also and is wooden just like the rest of it. And I prefer to see that there than have people going by and seeing this metal hanging off the side of the road where all the rest of the fence is split rail. Make it all split rail. That's my repeated motion. I'll wait.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I can't remember who's in the, is it Carrie, Jesse, or Stephen? Does anybody know who was the last?
I think it's me. And this will be
Stephen,
my
thank you.
last one for the evening.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made. That's it.
Me too. I wonder if we couldn't pass this, if somebody could describe the wooden fence that we could, okay. Could somebody try to do that, or do you want to wait and see what he comes up with?
I think through staff.
Yeah, I'm thinking too.
It's a very typical wooden fence. It goes up on a post. It has 3 slats coming down and a not perpendicular but angled board that goes from the top down to the middle. And that's the way the old fences were. I mean, that's what we have around anywhere you go. And they both open up and shut, and that's what they look like.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a image that, can anybody think of one that's around that, so John would know? Do
Yeah, I'm
you know what-
looking.
Are you, is your name John?
Yes.
Oh, yes, okay, good. Do you know what the board is trying to get you to go for in the wooden gate?
Yeah, I think, I'm picturing 3 horizontal rails with a diagonal rail,
Yeah.
approximately the same height as the split rail. There
Right.
would be probably a 6x6 post at one end, or
Right,
probably at
right.
both ends.
Yeah.
for it
two
to attach
posts.
to. So yeah, I mean, would this be approved maybe on consent if I resubmitted with a design like that?
I
No,
think we can do it. I think we
Yeah.
can do it through staff right now.
Great.
Yeah, and someone can look at it and say yay or nay or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, did somebody make that motion?
I make the motion.
Okay, thank you, Diane, for a wooden fence. And
Through staff.
actually, through staff.
Chairperson, yes, I have an
Yes.
adverse comment that where you're looking at photo there in that orange circle with the metal gate, okay? All you need is one 10-foot rail in line on the right side with the same fence. Once you got one up there, why the big expense for something steel? That's minor, but to me,
Yeah,
it's just one rail in there, we'll be able to swing out or pick it up and take it out if you're gonna use the lot. That's more common sense than anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. And on Diane's motion for a wooden fence, Val,
Aye.
Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
Stephen,
aye.
and John,
Hey,
and
May I share the screen for a second?
Yes, please, bring it on.
Of course, I have to figure out how to do it. Can you see this? Hold on,
Can
Squam
see you.
Swamp. Squam Swamp has a gate. Wait a minute.
Ah,
I like that white chair behind you. I can see that.
Can you see this?
Not
It's a
yet.
good chair to have cocktails in.
can't see anything.
No. Shit, sorry.
Swear jar.
There is a gate that says Squam Farm, exactly what we're talking about. John, look at that.
So can we
will.
just make
Well-
that, can we just make that part of the motion that it will
Yes.
replicate that and be done with it?
Yeah, Val's gonna send you a picture, John, and we're done. And we're voted on, right, Terry? We're done here.
Yep.
Thank you,
You voted
John.
Wooden fence.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so there was a motion and everything. You're all done?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, so now we're on to 8 Cliff Road. If we have somebody to rep,
oh, that poor man.
Mr. Johnston,
Yeah.
is he here?
There is no one here for that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. How
Well,
about-
let's go home.
Well, wait, hang on a second. How about 29 Commercial Wharf?
That's just a roof. It's pretty
Yeah, well,
easy.
okay, so I don't know about the like-kind window replacement. Does anybody? Or should we hold it for representation?
Mr. Chair, I think you need to hold it for representation. This is
All
the
right, then
captain's house, the Queen
stop.
Anne.
It's what?
It's the Queen, it's a Queen Anne house. from the
Oh, yeah,
1880s.
yeah. No, we gotta be careful with that one. Okay, so, can I have a motion from somebody to hold 8 Cliff Road for representation, please?
Yes.
So move.
All right, so Diane's there on the motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Hey,
and Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. Okay, so now we're at the 29 Commercial Wharf roof replacement.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody from TNT Roofing or NIR, but I think I think you could look at it. I
Yeah,
can
it's
give you
very
some information.
Let's go. I'd love to get it off the list.
And I have comments for your consideration.
Very good. Okay, so
As
Right.
you putting it up.
Holly,
Yes, sir.
why don't you just give us an overview of what they're requesting, like present,
Yep.
and then you can give your comments.
All right. You usually see TNT with like kinds, so.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Not working. Sorry, I got a lot of screens open. All right, here we go. So this is down on Commercial Wharf,
Right.
this structure here.
Mm-hmm.
The first one that you see at Commercial Wharf.
Okay.
This is obviously built at during the Beinecke era, 1960s, 1970s. HSAB did take a look at this, and this is to change, yes, from the cedar roof to architectural asphalt.
Okay.
This is the first cottage on the north side of Commercial Wharf and the most visible from cars as they round the corner. This should stay as red cedar as all of the cottages on the south side before the corner already are. NIR should be thinking about changing the wharf cottages from asphalt to red cedar, not the other way around. From staff's perspective, I wholeheartedly agree with HSAB on this. Traditionally, structures had obviously cedar or wood roofs, wood shakes. And just as recently, you all approved on consent the tavern roof going from architecture or from asphalt shingles to red cedar.
Hey,
And this
Holly,
request is
Holly,
counterproductive.
wait,
Yes, sir.
sorry. I think we have an issue. This needs representation because clearly you nor HSAB is in favor of the
Correct.
idea of going from wood to asphalt. So we can't really discuss this without them representing it. So I'm gonna hold it for I would like somebody to move to hold this for
So
representation.
move.
Okay, thanks, Diane. So Diane's made a motion to hold for representation on that motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Hey,
thank you, Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, now, as I understand it, Matt, you're here, right?
I am, Mr. Chair.
And you want to do a switcheroo. You want to go from 1 Cambridge Street, but you want to pull one of your other applications up?
Yeah, I was gonna see, we're gonna hold 1 Cambridge for some further
Right,
revisions.
and so I'm okay with that in concept, but what are we switching it out for?
For 10 Lincoln.
And
Old business.
I know I ask this question of you frequently, and the answer is it should be no big deal, but is this a no big deal, or is this something that's going to require a lot of discussion?
I was actually gonna ask your opinion. I do think it's gonna be something that's probably lengthier, and given the time, I was gonna ask your opinion about this, but it is gonna be, I would anticipate it not being a short one.
Not being a short one.
Correct.
So, yeah,
We can-
I would rather not get into that at 9:15, right?
I hear you. Could,
So do we want to just continue with where we were before?
if that's okay, I mean, 4 Windsor, seems to
Well, we
be-
have 1 Cambridge.
Yeah, 1 Cambridge, actually, we got some feedback from HSAB and also some feedback from the owners, and so we're probably gonna be making some revisions to
Oh,
that.
so you want us to hold that one anyway?
That was the thing, I was gonna hold that one. and
Okay,
see if
so
I could
you
put 10
prefer us to
Lincoln in its
move
place.
down to 4 Windsor?
Correct, and that one I think is something that the board has already approved, and the revisions are fairly
Okay,
minor.
That actually sounds like the right course of action now. Okay, so we took care of 29 Commercial Wharf. And so now we need a motion to hold 1 Cambridge Street for what?
So move.
More, thank you, for more information, I guess. Let's call
Or
it that.
revisions.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so Diane has made a motion to hold 1 Cambridge for more information on that motion. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
John,
one question, Mr. Chairman. What do we do with number 24, the last one?
that's the one that we're voting on right now, and he wants to hold it because he's going to get us more information.
I just missed it. Okay, I get it.
So you're in, okay, and then let's see, Abby, did I get you?
Yeah.
I
I'm in.
did, oh, Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so now we're gonna turn our attention to 4 Windsor, and this will be the last one for the evening. Okay, go, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a dwelling that you've already approved. It's in Sconset. It's on Windsor Road. It's very, very far from the road. It's
Oh,
about
yeah.
as far back as you can get on the road. You did approve it, and after reviewing it, the client had asked us to make a few revisions. Probably, again, I don't really think this is going to be visible from the road, but assuming it is, the east elevation is a good place to start, which is sheet A 2.1. And basically what we're doing is not changing the overall height of the building, but changing the height of some of the secondary additive masses. On the right side of the gable on the east elevation, we're proposing to raise that section of the ridge height by 1 foot. Same thing for the secondary mass beyond that on the right side. And then on the left side of the east elevation, we're proposing to add a transom dormer and adjust the height of that plate height. I think went up like about 6 inches as well. And then finally, we're changing a double hung window to a small fixed for light. Again, those are the changes on the front of the building. All of the associated changes on the south and north elevation are essentially reflective of those changes. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, thanks. Is this Sconset Advisory?
Yes, sir.
It
Yes.
is. Okay, go ahead.
So Sconset did take a look at this on the 24th of January. They said this is their concerns were that they prefer the previous approved design. The proposed changes throw the massing off center. The HDC board had approved lower roof lines with the following, the approval through staff with the rightmost front mass dropped 1 foot at the ridge and eave, and with the option to do the same on the left and most mass. This current application raises the roof lines rather than lowering them. However, HSAB recognizes that Windsor Road is a private road and has limited visibility. West facade abuts a private golf course. So yes, I did take a look at it because I approved it through staff when it came in, and obviously it's the other side of the building, but nonetheless, I just didn't want to. I did want to mention and bring this up as Sab did as well, that you all requested it to be dropped, where this is actually asking it to be raised. Understanding it's a different side of the structure, though. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Who would like to start?
I can go.
Thank you, Abby.
I think it's okay.
All
I
right,
don't think it's a big deal. I think it's
good.
nice.
Okay, short and sweet. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
I'd like to see it drop down to what it was asked to be. I think on Windsor Road, it is too big. It's too big. It's a long eave on that center part, and the crossbucks of the windows with the eaves are don't meet, which I'm sure John will mention. So I think it needs, we asked it to come back down. I don't know why going up is the answer.
Okay.
So that's it.
I could answer that question, Mr. Chair, or I could just be quiet.
Well, actually, I think Diane brings up a really good point about like raising that up and then the meeting rail is not lined up anymore. I mean,
the primary motivation, and I know that the board did ask to drop that, it was through staff, and but the head height is just an issue. It kind of dropped that room's plate height down to
right.
the level that the owner felt that it was going to really compromise that room. So that's why we're back.
Okay, all right. So we have heard from Diane. Val?
It's not as much the height as it is the eave, because the secondary masses now, the eave is higher than what's supposed to be the main mass.
Primary, yeah.
So for me, that's the issue.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. John?
Let's see. Yeah, the only thing I question on this one here would be the front door. All glass and wood, I think.
Hey, John? John?
Yes,
Front door was approved. Anything that's bubbled in red is what he's changing.
I guess, yeah. Okay, thank you. All right. I have no comments.
Okay, thank you, John. You know, in concept, I definitely agree with Diane that, you know, the lifting of that and the meeting rail and so forth, but the limited visibility, I think, is going to trump that in my mind, where I don't think that it's making a really material difference in a building that, you know, will be of limited visibility. So I don't really have an issue. So
I have a thought. I mean, what if those those A windows that where the meeting rails aren't, what if he changed it to a smaller one and lifted
well, it would
it?
get better, but the window would have to be like totally minuscule for it to actually really seriously line up. If that's where you're going.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really going to line up unless the windows are like those little A windows or whatever
Yeah.
well, no, they all look like A windows. It's because
I know,
it's
I
a
can't tell.
triangle. So like the little tiny windows that are in the transom there, you know, like that might work, maybe, but then it would look really
weird.
Yeah.
I just think if they were to, like the ones to the right, at least they would be closer. Like right now, they look.
Mr. Chair, and this is for Abby and Val. I mean, I could drop the eave line by like 6 inches so it gets closer to that meeting rail.
Well, then let's do that. Hell yeah.
Yeah, okay. Drop
Are
the
we good
eave
with
line.
that? You guys want to move that?
Yeah, but and then it goes and 6 inches on the other side of the gable too, right?
No, I think that one lines up, doesn't it? Oh, on the
No,
intersecting.
she's talking about the eave appears to be continuous, like it's like a sword cutting through a ham or something like that. Like you see it on one side and you see it on the other side. So she just wants all those eaves to drop down 6 inches, or I should say both of those eaves to the right and to the left of the main gable. Right, Abby?
Right.
And it's a logical thing to do.
Can you do that, Matt?
Matt,
think
you know
so.
what we're talking about?
I'm not that bright, so
Okay, look at the main gable.
Correct. See it?
Front door.
Yep.
That's the dominant gable.
Yep.
You're suggesting dropping the eave on the right-hand side of that main gable.
Correct.
By 6 inches.
Correct.
What Abby is saying is, well, if you're going to do that, drop the one on the left-hand side of the main gable by the same 6 inches, because essentially it's a continuous gable through. That's what she's saying.
Okay. And I'm just saying that on the left side, it's an intersecting gable on the left side of that primary gable. And so she wants that eave line of that intersecting gable to drop.
It's not possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I just want to be clear. I just thought it was a
It's
reference.
going to
to the
be
dormer.
symmetrical when you're looking at the front of
I got
the
it. I got it. Sorry,
Okay.
it took me a second. I was confused because it was a different type of intersecting dormer.
All right, I'll make that. You want to try a motion?
Yeah, I would love for you to, yeah.
Okay, to drop that main roof
Well,
line.
not the main roof.
What's it called?
The secondary. roof
Secondary roof line, 6 inches.
on both the left and right-hand side of the main gable.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, that's Abby's motion. On that motion, Val.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, Diane.
Well, ask somebody else because I'm not sure I understand exactly what. I'm trying to do.
Okay, John on the motion.
The motion, please.
The motion is to through staff to drop the eave to the right and to the left of the main gable.
And then for approval.
Yeah. through staff.
Yes, yes.
You're in favor of, and Abby on your motion?
I'm in favor of it, but I feel kind of funny. If nobody's going for it, but,
Well, I'm gonna go for it.
oh, okay. Well, and I'm assuming that dormer to the right of the main gable is coming down. Doesn't mean that that's gonna be right up at the top, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So it moves down with this new 6 inches.
Well, no. Okay, so he's dropping the eave down 6 inches and keeping the dormer eave where it is so that he can get closer to the eave lining up with the meeting rail of the window. So you don't want the dormer to go down.
Right.
We're getting muddled here. So are you okay with your motion or?
I rescind my motion.
Okay,
but not- yeah.
all right. Can I have another motion?
Motion to adjourn.
No,
Huh?
no. We got to finish this first. So somebody make another motion here.
Motion to approve it.
I don't think that's going to go, John.
Okay, what else is alternative we have?
I don't know what the pleasure of the board is. quite
Hold,
honestly.
hold
Maybe
for,
we could hold for him to come back.
Actually, and you know what? I'm sorry. If I feel like we're so close, and this is so simple. I mean,
know.
Abby, the meeting rail would align. I don't exactly know why Val or Diane are
Because
necessarily.
I don't
opposed to it.
want the gate, I don't want those eave lines higher than the main mast.
Right, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to offer an option of like 6 inches, and it's going to be essentially very, very, very close. So I think, and again, with the lack of visibility where the structure is, to me, it is what it is. So listen, if that's the case, then I'll make that eve line, I'll drop it a foot, but I just.
Well, the funny thing, Matt, is if you do that, you're basically back to where you were in your previous approval.
Not exactly. There's some, again, the transom dormer, the window changed.
Oh, well, that stuff, yeah, but I mean, right. So you're going to remove that portion of your request?
I would just ask if I could keep the ridge height the way it is on the east elevation. I will just take that eve line and drop it 1 foot on the east elevation so that
But keep
eve
the
line
ridge where it
lines up.
is?
Yeah, I could.
So you're going to increase the roof pitch?
I would probably the pitch would be the same, but my plate height on the rear would be higher than it is on the front of the building. So the front of the building, the eave would be
okay.
lower.
All right.
And the
I
back would be
understand.
higher.
I do understand.
Want to do this to the staff?
Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to do here. Is anybody okay with that? I mean, I'm okay with that as an alternative.
well,
Hey, we really need to do something here, guys.
It literally solves like the issue, I think, Val and Diane. I don't
I
know
make
if
a
everybody-
motion to
Okay.
do what you said through staff.
Okay, so just to reiterate, what Matt is for the record, what Matt is offering up is that the eave to the right and to the left of the main gable, as seen on the east elevation, would move down 1 foot, but he's going to maintain the ridge height, and therefore the gables to the right and the left of the main gable will become salt boxes as opposed to proper gables. That's what he's offering up. And is that your motion, Diane?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try that one out. Val?
I got nothing because I don't know what it's gonna look like. So ask somebody else and come back to
Abby.
me. I'm trying to look it up.
Abby?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think. I kind of have to
John.
see it.
John? Anybody?
I mean, we're gonna see this on Thursday. What's the big deal?
What do you mean you're going to see it on Thursday?
Couldn't we have this at the beginning of couldn't he change? can he-
No, because
Okay.
we have to make a motion right now. We have to close this up.
Not
You
really.
can't just like stop the debate and like pick it up again on Thursday.
Well, if we want to get it right.
No,
maybe-
that's not the way it works. You either approve it or he goes back to the back of the line. And
See,
he's,
I sketched it out, Mr. Chair. You can see it on my screen. It's very simple. Just that eve line lines up, drops 1 foot.
Okay, what
I see.
Val and Abby, I don't think are understanding is how it.
No,
looks.
I do understand now, and I actually was going to say that those little corners look sort of odd, but now that they're coming down, I understand it, so I'm in favor of that.
Okay, so that, I believe Diane did make that motion, correct, Diane?
Yeah.
Okay, so Diane has made that motion and Abby's in favor of. Val, where are you?
I don't know, because I can't see that side of it.
While I'm asking John, do the north elevation really quickly. John, are you in favor of Diane's motion?
What is it, please?
Oh my God.
Go to the staff?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna goddamn leave.
No, we're almost there. Just,
It's through staff, John, to drop the eve line so it lines up with the meeting rails on the front of the building.
It's good enough for me.
All right, thank you, John. That's a yes. Val, do you want to see Matt's exquisite rendering of the north elevation?
Well, I would appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Sorry
he's
that I'm
doing
being a
it.
pain
Go,
in the ass.
Matt, quickly. Thank you.
No.
Anything?
I don't see anything.
No, he just held it up.
Oh,
This is the north. We're just keeping the pitch, just dropping the plate a foot on the.
From the north, the elevation will look exactly the way the previous. Thank you, Matt. Yeah.
okay.
We good?
I guess so, yeah.
All right. Trust me on this one. It is inconsequential. But so I think, and let's see, Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor. Okay. That passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, John, we can have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. Okay. Thanks, John. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby, John, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Good night, everyone.
good night.
Good night.
Good night, good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night to all you lovely women.
Good night.